Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. This is episode 64. It's your boy Zom Slays, man. Welcome. 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 Hope you're all well. Hope you're all chilling. Hope y'all have a good Monday. We got a chill show lined up for you, man. Got some submissions, got some updates. Relatively chill vibe this week. I have some later topics to discuss, possibly next week, but this week we got some reviews to catch up on. We had a super fire guest episode last week. If you didn't see it, make sure you check it out. The full version of episode 63 is live on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/allmusicmondays. That was really a milestone for Music Mondays in a lot of ways. That was just two guests that were super dope, and I think we reached our highest viewer count at 17 concurrent viewers, which is really dope. But yeah, if you missed the full episode with Fury and Michael Jones, that is live on the channel, as well as some exclusive snippets, cutouts from the interview, and all sorts of good stuff. King Mark, what's poppin', homie? I hope you're well. Welcome. What's poppin'? So yeah, episode 63, live on the channel. Definitely go check that out if you haven't seen it already. SoundCloud Sunday, volume 25 is also live on our SoundCloud. I was talking to my staff, Waterfalls, Dr. Freon, and SoundCloud Sunday volume 25 is probably one of the best SoundCloud Sunday playlists we ever put together. I think we had another good one. I think it was 22, volume 22 or something like that. That was really good, but volume 25, man, is actually crazy because it's just a super wide variety of music. But I think there isn't a song on the playlist that has over 900 plays. I don't even think anything is above 1K, which is actually insane because everything on there is so fire. So if you haven't heard of SoundCloud Sunday, if you haven't checked out SoundCloud Sunday, make sure you go to our SoundCloud and check those out, because there's 25 playlists of straight just underground, independent, unheard of bangers that you need to not fucking miss, man. I'm gonna be real with you, because nobody's curating the way that Music Mondays is. So a lot of those playlists are pretty rare, and they're filled with a lot of people that you haven't heard of, to be honest with you. The majority of those playlists are a wide variety of genres, so there's bound to be something that you like on SoundCloud Sunday. So if you're looking for a fresh dose of good SoundCloud tracks, recent SoundCloud tracks, new SoundCloud tracks, definitely go over to our SoundCloud and check that shit out, for real, because wow. But yeah, volume 25 is actually crazy. Cole, what's good, homie? I hope you're well. Welcome to stream. Playlist always got bops in it. Yo, I'm saying, man, especially now, the first couple versions were some early shit, but as I started really curating shit and just getting better at like finding new tracks, finding tracks from other people, and then combining that with submissions, and then eventually getting a curating team. It just made the playlist like so organic, you know what I mean? Like, it's impossible to copy SoundCloud Sunday, like it really is, because it's just like I have like this private list now of a bunch of artists that are not only like super unheard of, but like their shit gets like no fucking plays. So like that's what like the core of the playlist is about, because like anybody could make a playlist that's like, super fire, and you could have tracks in there from 10k plays to 90 plays to whatever, but I had to sneeze. Fuck. But it like really takes a lot to like give a playlist purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like really what that was about to me. Because like I said, you could curate like fucking a super fire playlist, but not all the tracks are always gonna be like low plays or always gonna be unheard of artists, you know what I mean? Like, there's bound to be shit in there that like is just fire that everybody's heard before. So that's not really what we do that for. So if you're an artist, if you're a supporter, a listener, definitely check out SoundCloud Sunday, man. Shit's grown a lot, for sure. So, episode 63, live on the channel. What else? SoundCloud Sunday, volume 25, live now. We recently dropped an article on the site as well. If you didn't know, April is our 1-year anniversary month. To where I pretty much took Music Mondays to a whole new level. Like it used to just be like a podcast. Like this was really it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why the show was always on my channel, because this wasn't like intended to be like a full-fledged platform. Like I truly did not set out to actually do this all myself. It started off with the podcast, and I was like, wait a minute, instead of just like going to work for another platform, you know what I mean, like doing the shit that I do, why don't I just do it myself? And then, you guys know the story, one thing led to another. Here we are. And if you don't know the story, make sure you go check out this article that I wrote. It's not super long, but it's semi-detailed and pretty much gets the point across on the idea behind Music Mondays and why I do what I do, the vision. And one day I'll really go over everything on a solo show. We also have a YouTube upload live on the channel that pretty much talks about my underground origins and how I got into underground music, and sort of my philosophy behind independent music and why I'm so passionate behind supporting just not only like new artists and independent artists and underground artists, but just why I do what I do in general. So definitely go check out the article, and definitely go check out that video, because that video's a banger for sure. We check out a lot of old YouTube videos, a lot of show recaps, just a lot of good shit. So yeah, Music Mondays has been a thing for 1 year, 1-year anniversary, and it's actually really crazy because yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it because I always talk about it, but it's always mind-blowing to me that time passed and I just kept my head down, and it was literally like not too long ago where I had like a couple of like really good friends sort of like fold on me and really try to almost like piss on the idea of Music Mondays. And I didn't really like let that affect me, and eventually I just found another group of homies that also were not like as passionate, you know what I mean? Because it's like super hard to like find people that care about this shit as much as you, because like a lot of people like settle for regular shit, you know what I mean? Like they settle for mediocrity because they know that they have something to fall back on. And it's not that I don't have something to fall back on, like I have a normie resume too, but it's just not an option to me, because like I like as a lot of us, like we weren't like born into money, and if you are, that's great, but I wasn't. And it's really easy for somebody like me to just be able to like go in the cycle of like society, and you know, like go get lost in the like regular bullshit. So it's like not an option for me to ever give up on this. And I think that's why it like takes a special kind of mind to relate to the vision of me and Music Mondays. Because this is important to me. Like this is all for a reason that's bigger than like myself. You know what I mean? And like, not to go off on like a random deep tangent here, but yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. And there were like a lot of ups and downs, and like to be where I'm at now, you know what I mean? Like to be able to like create my own like website and create fucking just everything, man. Like there's so much shit I can't even name it, but you guys know the drill. Like I do pretty much everything. So it's really cool to be around like a year later from where I was at, and still have like such a ladder to climb, you know what I mean? Like that's what's cool, as I still have like a billion goals to smash. So I'm excited for the future, man. And happy 1 year, because that shit's sick for sure. But I don't like to pat myself too much on the back, because like I just said, lots of work ahead. So train keeps fucking rolling, baby. Yeah, man. So I think that's it for updates. Oh, one last update that actually happened today. I was thinking about everything that happened over the last week, but today we officially announced our new designer on the roster. If you didn't see, designer by the name of Aster from Germany, recently got recruited to the team. I reached out to him via DM. He sent his resume via email. We chopped it up for a bit, and he's already gotten to work on a few Music Mondays pieces that will be revealed pretty soon. So honestly, shout out Aster, man. Aster's very passionate and just super fucking talented, for one, but like people that like see the vision and like care about the music are what's important here. And I always like to give people like the chance to show that, and pretty much everybody on the team, one way or another, has done that. So that's what's dope about Music Mondays, is everybody on the team is really like hands-on with independent art, and not only like creates it, but like really loves it, and is like a supporter of it, you know what I mean? Because like Music Mondays, or like any platform, could have the edge of like being a super fan, or you know, fucking support music since, you know, you're a baby. But that's all good and fine, but if you're also a creator of art, and you're an artist, and you make music, like all that shit is so much more important to have like a different outlook on reviewing music, discovering artists, promoting artists, you know what I mean? Like it's really a different outlook, because it takes an artist to actually understand certain types of art. So that's that, man. And shout out Aster. If you see Esther around, make sure you show him some love. All his social links will be in the description of this episode of Music Mondays. So if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you check that shit out. I actually am gonna start linking shit in Twitch chat. It's mad funny because I just sort of reminded myself now, like back when Music Mondays would have 4 viewers at most, and I'd get 3-4 submissions a week, which was fine. I still treated the show like I would now, but I would be typing the links and shit in chat, and it would just be for the VOD rebroadcast and shit if people wanted to see chat or whatever. But now it would actually be beneficial. So it's just so funny how shit's changed, man. 1 year ago, that's really how the show was, you know? So super funny, super fucking funny. But yeah, man, that's what's up with Music Mondays. Lots of good plans this month. Like I said, YouTube content is fucking a super steady train. We're working on a super secret project for Music Mondays that'll be revealed relatively soon, as soon as we're ready. But just keeping the content coming, man. Keeping the shows coming, keeping everything rolling. But watching on YouTube, thank you. If you're not subscribed, make sure you fucking hit that button, man. We've been putting out a shitload of content, and we don't plan on stopping. Not only full episodes of the podcast, but snippets of the podcast, segments that you haven't seen, exclusive music, all sorts of stuff's being uploaded on the Music Mondays YouTube channel, so check that shit out. But I think that's about all we need to mention, man. We can actually hop right in to some submissions. But yeah, that was pretty much it for updates, or stuff that's relatively important anyway, you know what I mean? I could really talk about shit all day, that was, you know, super important, but we don't have to do that. You guys know the drill, man, but if you don't and you're new here, let me explain. If you're interested in submitting music for the Music Mondays podcast, and you're like, Zom, Music Mondays, how the fuck do I submit to the show? This is how you submit to the show. Every week following the show, every show is live on Monday. So the following day would be a Tuesday, and every Tuesday we release tweets for next week's submissions and the following show. Meaning you have about 6 to 7 days to submit your work, and these tweets will always read as follows. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 4/11/22, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/SonPlays, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So, why do we collect submissions on Twitter? For one, it is probably one of the easiest places to find and discover underground artists and the type of artists that Music Mondays are looking to support. Eventually we will curate through other platforms, but for right now, everything's curated through Twitter. And the reason why we don't take submissions through DM or email or any other form of submission is to keep the show sort of free flow and give respect to everybody else who submits their work. That way we can just bang out all the submissions, and I don't have to open up 40 tabs and click links and go to Google Drive, and you guys know the drill, you know what I mean? So it keeps everything pretty much flowing. So that's why we do that. And if you're ever interested in submitting work, not just music, artwork, digital creations, digital art, fashion, um, NFTs, anything like that, um, short films, feel free to submit your work, man, for sure. But let me tweet the stream out and catch my breath because I talk a mile a minute, and we'll get started. How the fuck is everybody, man? What's popping on this Monday? Hope everybody's well. Hope we're all chilling. You just vibe right into the week, you know what I'm saying? Okay, stream is tweeted. Go like this. I'm pretty sure we have a pretty healthy dose of submissions this week, if I do say so myself. Yo, Rubes, what's good, homie? Hope you're well. How many submissions total? I have no idea. Boom. Alright. We're good to go. So, stream's tweeted. Everything's chilling. Let's get right into this, man. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 motherfucking bangers. Let's hop right into this shit, man. So, up first is the homie King Mark, man. First in line this week. I think last week Mark was last, so that's what's pretty cool about this one is Mark somehow made it like I don't get how Twitter works sometimes, because like I'm pretty sure I could refresh this page and these tweets will be in a different order, because like look, there's April 5th, April 8th, April 5th, like I don't get how they're like ordering those, so it's kind of funny. So whenever I click on this, I try not to click off of it for the most part. But first up is the homie King Mark, man. King Mark has been not only a super consistent supporter of Music Mondays, but just an all-around talented motherfucker. Super passionate about everything he does, and a regular here on Music Mondays. We premiered a lot of shit from Mark, and just there isn't enough to say about people like Mark, because they're pretty rare to find when it comes to passion and people that do things outside of regular art. So Mark's a pretty rare case, man, and pretty much a jack of all genres. There isn't been a thing that we haven't heard from Mark. From lo-fi shit to alternative shit to digital shit to pop shit, like you name it, we've heard a King Mark track, so it's pretty sick. Mark's a really interesting one to have on the show. I think it's just random because usually first just to make out them notifications. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's get it, Mark. This week Mark submitted a track titled "Trying to Drag Race," dropping on the It's All a Dream tape. Release to be decided. So we got some unreleased, super secret sauce right here. This will be dope. This will be dope. Let's pop this open a new tab. Shout out Mark for finding that out, man. Like for the longest time, we were sitting here on the show, like just like listening to private links and like regular links, like on fucking like on the actual browser, because I just never, like, I don't know, like why the fuck would you click down there, you know what I mean? Usually you could, like, you know, pop and open a new tab, you know, you could click here, you click there, you know, so it's very interesting. But regardless, shout out Mark for finding that out. I love that. But either way, like I said, they submitted a track titled "Trying to Drag Race," and unreleased, exclusive Music Mondays premiere. King Mark, let's get it. This is already crazy. What the fuck? Skirt. Yo, that was fucking great. Okay, that is insane. I have not heard that. I have not heard that outside of the podcast, on the podcast. That's great. That is fucking great. Um the beat is insane. The beats like reminds me of like a fucking, like, it reminds me of skirt. Yeah, legit. It reminds me of like a car commercial, except like 10 times better. You know what I mean? Like I picture like a new model car, and some, like, you know, rainy, cloudy mountains, and Mark just fucking whipping, bro. Like, holy fuck. And craving facts, Offspring, and welcome. I hope you're well. I agree. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this down, man. Let's break this down by three categories. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Trying to Drag Race. So, the instrumental was super, it it was very outstanding to me. I like the beat choice here a lot by Mark. Mark's never been one to lack on beat choices or anything like that. I think Mark sort of makes the best of whatever he chooses, but in terms of this track in particular, um this beat gave me very futuristic, very modern vibes. I like these vibes a lot. These are very happy vibes to me, but they're not like, for the lack of a better term, corny vibes. Like these are very like upbeat, like motivational vibes for some reason. You know what I mean? Like you could see like a dope car visual with this instrumental alone. So the fact that it's definitely like a very like car themed track is really dope to me. You know what I mean? Because I really feel like this instrumental fits like a glove. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because obviously you could tell by the track title that it was gonna be at least about racing, but at the end of the day, like it could be anything. You know what I mean? So the instrumental sort of was giving me just very a car commercial kind of vibes. You know what I mean? Like it was really dope. Really, really fucking dope. So to me, instrumental definitely um 10 out of 10, 100%. Shout out Pasca, for real. Yo, Bloodcat, welcome, homie. I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, let's talk about vocals, man. Vocals on this track are nothing too different from the King Mark pop standard. Mark tends to lean towards pitched up vocals when it comes to his pop tracks, but that's not all he makes with his pop tracks. But nonetheless, these vocals meet the King Mark standard that I always see. Um, Mark's always been one of the better people to ever submit vocals mixed like this, 100%. Um, there's been a couple that come to mind, but I feel like Mark is leading that race when it comes to um alternative pop, 100%. Um, I like these vocals a lot, and I feel like mix aside because the mix is really good. But the flows and cadence like are definitely a star when it comes to these vocals. Definitely has you bopping like halfway through the song. You know what I mean? Like if you say you're not like tapping your foot, or if you're not like bobbing your head, you're a fucking liar. All right, you're a fucking liar. I'll be the one to say it. But flows and cadences here are everything, and especially on the hook. Wow, great, great, great stuff. Verses keep up with the beat too. Like Mark didn't really try to stray too far from like where like all the energy is in the hook. Sort of kept that energy in the verses, and I really like that. So all in all, excellent vocals, excellent mix. Writing is definitely up to par with the theme as well. I really like not only the theme, but the writing here is like very, I don't know, I feel like sometimes people make like car songs and they're like whack. Like I don't know, like I feel like they're such a hit or miss for me. And it's not the fact that it's about cars or racing or anything like that, but like people just do dumb shit when it comes to cars. Like they just say dumb things, but this definitely hit the nail on the head for me when it comes to like envisioning like a car montage or like a drifting montage or like um modern like car culture. So that's what I like about this writing in particular is it didn't like you know, it wasn't like your typical car writing at all. And that leads me to talk about the theme here. And the theme could be really sick. I feel like a video to this song could actually be fucking crazy. Cuz obviously as we've been talking about the track here is about racing, um drifting cars, vehicles, things of that nature. But like I said off the rip, though, the instrumental gave me very like a modern like car like advertisement vibes, like very like just like crazy montage vibes, honestly. So I felt like this was all like pretty consistent across the board when it comes to theme, when it comes to writing, when it comes to the instrumental. This is a very like dope track, 100%. Like it was pretty clear to me what the visual could be, and it had me bopping, and it's like it's like a fun track, right? Like making tracks like this, if you're an artist, are like super fun. So that's what I like about this as well. But all in all, man, instrumental fire. Love the beat choice. Vocals were great all around. Mixed writing, hook especially. Theme is great. Totally would love to see not only the cover for the album, but you got to do a visual for this one, 100%. I really, really enjoy this track for sure. So yeah, you guys know the drill. Shout out King Mark. Make sure you show Mark some love. As you can see, follow King Mark on fucking SoundCloud. Show him some love on SoundCloud, man. He's been dropping a lot lately. Definitely go follow him on there. Follow him on Twitter at King Mark Music. And of course, as usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you click the description and check out all the artists linked down below, man. So, shout out Mark. That was great. Up next, we got the homie, Cole Girard. And Cole, I believe, submitted they thinking I'll be putting this as a second installment Digital Life OS, so visual effect. Yes, the visual has got to happen. 1,000,000,000%. Cole Girard, I believe, submitted their first track last week, and Cole is one of the more extremely like just like genuinely raw and talented artists that are very like you could tell are just like they have what it takes to get where they want to be 100%, like without a doubt. And Cole is very, very unknown, so this next track will definitely be a pleasure for sure. Not the most current production, but here it is. They submitted a track titled Hurricane. So of course we're gonna pop this open a new motherfucking tab. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Cole Girard, Hurricane. Let's check this out.
Ghost niggas braided every day. Demons on me saying I'm insane. Look in the mirror, I don't fucking say. Finna blow my mind as one's a pain. Yeah, bitch gon' blow my mind the fucking way. Hey, yeah, she a hurricane. Throw it back, I look back, yeah, I'm at the bitch. Feel so wrong. When you gonna shut the lights on? I like fucking with the lights on. Clean my plate, call me Don Ho. Hit him with progressive tempo. Hit it, running, fucking up, open, I'm running, they running. I'm running, yeah, running the check. Pay me, I pocket that shit. Files, bro. Pockets gon' bring it your bitch. Pocket gon' sell like a break. Up to the phone, I'm with. Don't let it drip like a snake. Pop on the face, I spit. People like popping a cake. I had a dream that I mix. Nigga not working for nigga, I can't do it myself one day. That is these bitches, you call me a friend. Leaving my third, yeah. I've been feeling so, eyes are dripping so low. I don't know if I should be waiting or to go, cut and go. Yeah, switch it back, you can go back, like that CJ back, we gon' lay it down. I can feel it now, I've been trying so long. I don't know if I should be waiting or to go. Feeling like a fucking ghost, all alone, take throws. Like a brick, watch you reflect when I'm with. Feel like a drip like a sun, pop with a crazy spit. Coming like pop when I get. I had a dream that I mixed. Thinking I'm worthy for nigga again, doing myself one day.
Man, I will always be impressed by Cole's consistency in blending like not only genres but like vocal types. Like I feel like Cole does that blending so well to like you couldn't even put a label on this. Like sure you could like call it like hip hop, you could call it like alternative, but like is it really though? You know what I mean? Like this motherfucker really kills it when it comes to blending. I really like this a lot. Um But you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. We're talking about the overall theme of Hurricane. But not before I take a sip of water. So, the instrumental here is really crazy. I feel like the melody is definitely a shining part of this for sure. Um, Shout out the producer. I feel like they did a really, really good job with this melody. When it comes to laying down drums and the overall structure of this beat. Um, I believe Cole mentioned that not the most up to date production. If Cole, you did producers, this is fire. If not, whoever did, fire. But it's definitely a very alternative style kind of instrumental. Um, but nonetheless, I really enjoy it. But the melody is definitely a shining star on this for sure. But comboed with the drums, it makes for a good, solid foundation for Cole's vocals. And speaking of vocals, man, like, let's just talk about the mix first because we got something to talk about. But the mix here is really great. Cole's, from what I've heard and seen, done a really good job when it comes to not only mixing his vocals but vocal mixing in general. So I'm a big fan of this mix for sure. Very wide, takes up a lot of room. Nothing's too, peaky, clashy, not overwhelming or anything like that. It mixes great on these, 100%. But the crazy shit about this track is the blending. Like the types of flows that you could find in here are infinite. Like you have like pretty good like standard like I don't want to say like hip hop flows, but like they're very like standard flows, right? And Cole goes into like these different like highs and lows and ups and downs and just flexes his like creative muscle, so to speak, when it comes to what he can do on a track. I really feel like this one above all else that I've heard really shows Cole's ability to really just take a track and really like ride that shit treat it like a wave and just fucking do all sorts of shit on it. Cole definitely rode this 100%. um but the hook is definitely something that like is like a solid like middle ground when it comes to all the blending. Cuz don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm a crazy mashup of styles. It's definitely like consistent. Um Especially with the hook. The hook definitely keeps it consistent, but when it comes to verses and in between verses, Cole is just doing um all sorts of just vocal acrobats that are actually really dope, because sometimes when artists like go to blend genres, whether it be hip hop, trap, alternative hip hop, alternative rock, alternative pop, whatever you're doing, and you're blending it. Some people like almost do too much of that, but this is definitely not an exaggeration whatsoever. I think Cole did the perfect amount of flexing when it comes to showing off what he could do on a track. So this is a pretty good representation when it comes to Cole's vocals, from what I've heard so far. So I like this one, 100%. A hurricane is really a good name for it, because Cole comes at you from all angles. So the title definitely fits a lot. And that leads me to talk about the theme. Because not only is the cover actually really dope, but the title Hurricane is like the perfect title for this. Perfect representation of not only instrumental, but like I said, the amount of flows and cadences that Cole was able to show off during this track. Cover sick, title sick for sure. Lyrical content was definitely great. Cole definitely has some like real clever bars mixed in with some like really confident bars here. But nothing too like over the top. I like artists that keep it pretty general and can still like get a point across though, and not really like, have to elaborate too much on it, and like not like take away from like this theme of the song, you know what I mean? Like, Cole's more so like not like flexing like material things, but more so like flexing his vocal skills, so to speak. So that's what I like about this. 100%. So, with that said, make sure you follow the homie Cole. Follow Cole on Spotify. Show Cole some love on Twitter, man. Follow Cole at Cole Gerard. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, man, make sure you click the description. Check out all the artists featured. Go show them some love. If you enjoyed them, go drop them a follow. Just go show them some love, man. Because Music Mondays does this for them, and we want them to feel as much love as possible and make them feel welcome here on the Music Mondays platform. You're very welcome, Cole. Let's fucking get it, baby. You snapped. Let's fucking go. So, up next, we have a longtime submitting artist. I shouldn't say artist, because this time they're submitting from their team account. Human Resources is a team of instrumentalists and producers that Music Mondays has had a lot of experience with early on. And they've recently got back into releasing a consistent amount of music and just coming out pretty hot with the drops, honestly. They're just coming in crazy. So Human Resources submitted a track titled Unsalted Mixed Nuts Extra Fancy, and we have a Bandcamp link, and I think there is a YouTube link in here as well. I mean, we could always go to the Bandcamp link. I don't think it's on here. No. But we can definitely go pop up in the Bandcamp link, though. For sure. Oh, no, wait. The SoundCloud link is right here. I'm fucking blind. Don't listen to me. Let's check this out. But before we go check this out, there's some credit there I want to read on the tweet. Unsalted Mixed Nuts Extra Fancy. One hell of a track title. Human Resources, recorded and produced by Human Resources. Synth drums by Heavy Metaphors. Guitars by Josh H and Heavy Metaphors. Show the page some love, man. So let's go show us some love, man. We got a visual down here. HR has really been known for their really creative, really like unique and original visuals. Probably still to this day some of the best visuals we've had on the platform, and that's no cap because, and I'm not talking music videos, not really in that realm, but if you want to talk about like visuals, visualizers, anything in the realm of like animated music videos, Human Resources definitely is up there with the leading score for sure. So let's check this out. 2 minutes 46 seconds, unsalted, mixed nuts, extra fancy. 3 months ago. 3 months ago. So not brand new, not super old. 35 plays. Let's check this out. Wow. What the fuck? Holy shit. Okay. Wow. What the fuck? That was a roller coaster if I've ever fucking heard one, bro. Holy shit. See, this is what I love about Human Resources, man, is like, once again, much like Kale and a few other producers that I've mentioned, they just like have this way with instrumental releases that like makes being a producer like it's like respectable. You know what I mean? Like it's like very like worth it to be a producer, you know? Producers should have always been treated like artists, but the producers that carry themselves and release music like artists are the ones that are leading 100%. And people like Kale and Human Resources and a couple others, and myself, I model myself after that as well. It's dope, man. It's really, really fucking dope. So with that said, obviously no vocals here, but we can obviously break down the instrumental. We can break down the overall theme of this track, and we'll go in depth here. So the instrumental itself here is actually crazy. So let's hop back over to the tweet and refresh. Recorded and produced by Human Resources. The synth and drums were by Heavy Metaphors. Heavy Metaphors, we've reviewed a lot of their solo work here. Um, but this is definitely a more team collaborative effort. Um, the guitars were done by Josh H and Heavy Metaphors. But all in all, a overall Human Resources collaborative effort here. So the guitars were fucking crazy. Organic raw live instruments are something that Music Mondays is always pleased in showing because not only do we fancy ourselves in like different types of art, but definitely different types of music as well, right? Like we've had drum covers, live covers, raw instrumentals, raw vocals. We there is no super standard here on Music Mondays. We accept pretty much everything here. Especially if you've never been on the show. Um so yeah, this is definitely one of those like top-notch um live instrumental tracks that are just such a pleasure to hear because it gets transferred into something that's like so fucking dope when it's like mixed out and laid out. You know what I mean? Because when you're recording these tracks and you know, it doesn't look all that like, you know, it's just a different process than what a lot of people are used to. So when raw instrumentals come out like this, it's so sick. It's so fucking sick. It's just like so original, so unique. It's like really a different style of production, you know? Um Human Resources has really always specialized in that, but this track definitely shows it. But as far as the guitars and the melodies, um, outstanding, outstanding, and the mix is fucking great on them as well. Nothing as far as the melodies go really stood out to me as far as a bad mix or anything like that. Nothing was too loud, overbearing, or crazy mix. Nothing of that nature at all. I thought the mix was actually really good. Um, but the drums were really interesting. The drums, as far as the mix go, I definitely really enjoyed because they weren't very like super live and like in a style where it made the track seem it was going in a different direction than it was. Because up until like the end where it does the whole switch up, I feel like this track was overall pretty consistent. The structure was really good, but the drums were laid out in a way that it never got boring. And that's like a number one key to being any producer, whether you're a live producer, bedroom producer, online producer. It doesn't matter what the fuck kind of producer you are. Um, you just can't keep your beats boring. You always got to switch it up a little bit. And Human Resources definitely flex that muscle for sure. I think they're actually one of the best when it comes to um, keeping beats fresh and not really like, you know, overdoing it, and like making shit seem repetitive. But the final point I want to talk about when it comes to the instrumental itself is the switch up at the end. That caught me off guard. That was a great, great, great switch up. It just gave the song a new breath of life. And when it comes to like instrumental tracks like by themselves, I feel like you need, well, you don't like need to do that, but it's always like good to go the extra mile. You know what I mean? And to switch some shit up and like give your track like that little bit of like personality, you know? And this definitely gave it that little bit of personality. Like it was great. It was great. I actually love the outro of this song. I feel like that like, you know, like I don't give tracks like real like ratings or anything like that, but like say this was like a 7, the outro definitely brought it to like a 10 for me. You know what I mean? If you can understand that analogy, but I enjoy the switch up 100%. So, Instrumental overall, excellent, really, really excellent. Something that we can go into is the theme. Um, and this is definitely just not one of those tracks that has like a really consistent, like, hey, this is what the song is about, or hey, this is like the vibe of this song, or hey, you know, the cover is like this. It's really not one of those tracks. Which for an instrumental, you know, it depends because like sometimes the instrumental itself is enough, and then sometimes both can bring it together. Um, but all in all, the theme of this track is definitely more human resources sounds than it is uh visuals for sure. And the track title is like so like outlandish that I think it's just worth the click either way just to see what a track title this is sounding like. So naming your tracks shit that whether you think it's funny, important to you, sounds good, it is so important, you know what I mean? Like people sleep on that aspect of like naming their tracks. So if you're an artist out there, you're a producer, don't ever sleep on that. Especially being a producer, because nobody wants to hear what fucking you know, so and so type beat 155, C minor sounds like. It's just not attractive. You know what I mean? It's not going to entice anybody as far as supporters go. Sure, you might get plays from artists that might want to buy your beat or some shit, but you're not going to get supporters like that as a producer. So I like the effort with the title. Honestly, I do. So with that said, shout out Human Resources, man. That was a trip. I always enjoy your tracks. I hope you're all doing well. Make sure you show Human Resources some love, man. They're uploading on Bandcamp, YouTube, SoundCloud. Look them up, show them some love. Find them wherever you stream music. And of course, show Human Resources some love, man. Um, Follow them on Twitter at Human Resources. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description box of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you drop a like, drop a sub if you haven't already, man. And if you have, thank you. Music Mondays really appreciates that. And it makes people want to click on our videos more if people are actually watching our shit, because that means we're doing a good job. So if you're enjoying the content, it helps a lot. So thank you. Thank you. And if you're not, drop a sub, man. Let's get it, baby. So, Mark, we're good. Cole, we're good. Human Resources, we're good. Up next, we got the homie No Name Dread. No Name Dread, man. Wow. Dread is like not only a consistent submitting artist here on Music Mondays, but just an artist that like um is like almost mysterious in a way, because Dread just has this like music and art and like design talent that doesn't need to be backed up by anything. You know what I mean? I feel like Dread is like his everything speaks for itself. And most artists, music and shit usually does, but Dread is definitely one of those artists that um is just really really unique in the aspect of what they put out is like so different than what anybody else is doing. 100%. 100%. And we've heard such a wide variety of Dread tracks as well. So I'm definitely excited to get into this one. Their description reads, last sneak peeks before I drop the project. So we got a new Dread project on the fucking way. And I assume this is a private unreleased track. So we got a Music Mondays exclusive. This will be dope. Let's pop this open a new tab, man. they submitted a track titled "The Same Intro," prod no name Dread. So we got a Dread produced track here. This will be crazy. So, Music Monday's exclusive premiere. So we've already gone through 2 exclusive premieres tonight. Shout out King Mark as well, man. Let's fucking get it. No Name Dread, The Same Intro, prod No Name Dread. Music Monday's exclusive. Let's get into it.
Hit me like without a bow. Why I'm always crashing now. Let me up and feeling down. Been real quiet, smoking loud. I'm just trying to get on top, but no way, no way. I ain't keep a score, I don't play those games. Rearrange my mind, part the bill, it won't change. I ain't got code, everything it is the same. No, this won't stop. Already been around the block. All this time that I lost. Try to get it back, but whatever ever changed me. Feel my heart drop, it's been going on the daily. All this shit happened, no you motherfucking blame me. Smoke in the air, man, I fucking can't see. So much fire in my lungs, it's been getting hard to breathe. Coming back, my conscience fell through the cracks.
Holy shit.
Relax, my movements run like an axe. Hopefully past this flame is filled with some gas. Jim Carrey mask, one just to hide from the mass. Go throw it back, dopamine bursts a flash. Cold and crash, false highs with lows got a match. Attached to the past, future ain't looking too fast. Time wasted fast, go to the moon, I'm a blast.
Wow. That was actually fucking crazy. So, one thing I want to say about this track before we get into it is you guys know how I always talk about if you're going to put out a project, an album, an EP, anything like that, you got to make sure your intro is relatively successful. Like it's got to be heat. It's got to draw first time listeners, new listeners, same listeners, old listeners in, you know what I mean, to your project. And that's like the one standard in like telling if a project is going to be at least halfway decent or not. And Dread definitely hit that mark, assuming this is the intro or going to be an intro. This definitely hit that mark for sure. Because holy shit. And it even builds like one too, so like this is perfect. Like this is absolutely crazy. So you guys know the drill. But we're gonna break this down by 3 categories. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. And we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. But not before I sip this water. So, this track is produced by Dread. And wow, is it up to the Dread standard? Dread has this like crazy, insane producer style that's like super unique to him. I feel like you couldn't copy Dread style, and more importantly, you can't really like name Dread style production wise. This has this like dreary feeling, but it's also like hard as fuck. Like it's so hard, like especially with like the build up, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I really like the melodies here. Like a lot of the VSTs and instruments used here. I like a lot of the stuff you use as far as the melodies go. I think he did a really well job there. But the drums and the way that shit is structured on this beat alone really could have, like if Dread wanted to release this as just an instrumental track, he totally could, because the instrumental holds on its own 100%. And the mix is great too. I like the bass a lot. It's not too muddy either. Nothing's really clashing or overbearing or anything like that. But as far as an instrumental goes, I wouldn't say it's like carrying Dread or anything like that. But considering Dread produced it, he totally could have released this on its own because it definitely holds its own weight for sure. But let's talk about vocals. Um, Vocals here are up to the Dread standard, 100%. Dread's an artist that has done multiple styles of vocals, but definitely has a way with um doing this style of pitching and really like um really making himself sound like, I wouldn't say like demonic, but like Dread has this like real dark undertone and it sounds really dope because a lot of people can sound like really weird when they do shit like this and Dread does not. You know what I mean? Like not everybody can do this shit. And especially like the way Dread does it and the way Dread performs it, it makes for a really really unique experience, especially for a first time listener. Like it really does. So I'm a big fan of vocals on this track in particular, for sure. Especially if this is an intro. Oh yeah, 100%. Definitely hits the mark. But as far as the mix goes, the mix is great. Huge fan of this mix for sure. But the writing is very like poetic, but also like confident and like not so much cocky, but it's very like Dread has this like almost like emotional but like don't give a fuck style of writing. It's like a great mix of both, and I think Dread really like lays a lot of shit out in a way where it sounds dope, but he's also getting shit off his chest. That's what I really like about this writing. Um, and I think you can only like achieve a style like that if you're being honest. You know what I mean? Like you got to be honest. So that's what I like about this a lot. But I mentioned that the beat is building and constantly building, and the way that he laid the vocals out definitely goes hand in hand with the instrumental. And I think he did a really, really great job with that as well. Um, just made for a really good, just build up track. You know what I mean? Like this is hands down a perfect intro for an album, especially for Dread. This is a great representation of Dread, 100%. But all in all, I like this style a lot, a lot, a lot. Let's talk about the theme. Now, possibly, probably not the official album cover. This is just the default when you upload like a private track on SoundCloud because it's the same as his profile picture, or very well could be. But either way, um, not so much like a jump out theme, but more so a, I wouldn't say like a personal track for Dread, but there's definitely a lot of like like clever like sort of subtle bars in here that you could perceive in a lot of ways, and I think Dread's writing it has really always been like that, and I fuck with that a lot, 100%. I think Dread's like one of those very like for me kind of style of artists, and I think a lot of artists should be like that regardless. You're supposed to make music for you and make the best for you music you can, and I think Dread definitely hits that nail on the head for me, for sure. So with that said, shout out No Name Dread, man. This was a pleasure. Thank you for letting us premiere this. Um, Dropping extremely, extremely soon. Be on the lookout for Dread's album, man. You do not want to miss that shit. Shout out No Name Dread. Make sure you follow Dread on SoundCloud at No Name Dread. Make sure you follow Dread on Twitter at No Name Dread. That's the homie, man. That's the homie, for sure. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, man, click that description box. Check out some of these artists for sure. Show them some love, man. If you enjoyed any of them, 100%. So, up next, last week we reviewed a artist by the name of Hi-R-S. And Higher, we've had them on the show a couple of times, but like I said, as of recently, Higher submitted a track last week that was a super like dance, sort of like reggae vibe, and it was really dope. So, I'm excited to see what we got this week, man. Hi-R-S is definitely like one of the more rare organic styles we've had here on Music Mondays. So I'm excited to check this one out for sure. Let's pop this one open in a new tab. Aw, shit. Y'all already heard that. Let's fucking go. Let's go, man. Yo, look at him, bro. He's cooling. He is cooling. See, there's a track that we listened to. Dream About You. Yeah, that was a more reggae vibe. I fuck with that a lot for sure. Let's put that in 720. Chat dem a chat. Hi-R-S. Let's check this out, man. Full volume. Put this in theater mode. Let's go.
Ha ha, yeah. I asked this, yeah. I owe them one kill. Me say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. No for them, I beat my lock. Me say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. None of them boy can trim this a lot. Light not scarce, so the light run them out fast. When someone head get shut off, then they woulda know say me not talk. Them a chicken nugget, I got the sauce. A roacho with the great white shark. Them have to stay inside, yeah. See the road there, them can't make no walk. Lost them lost, not even GPS can't find them. No, everyone don't know say Axe a real boss, yeah, yeah. Me say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. No for them, I beat my lock. Me say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. None of them boy can trim this a lot. A higher level, a higher aim. Why some boy career, I feel pain, yeah. And can't maintain, dry out like sugar cane. I'm sick in the brain. I offer this music like I'm taking cocaine. And can't get me out, yeah. Chorus stain, drive me a drive in my own lane. I got money, yeah. 2 chains, rich just a floor, ha, through my veins. Tell them say to stop complain. If they can't keep up to the game, go ahead and retire like Ray Allen.
Oh shit.
Say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. No for them, I beat my lock. Me say I chat them, I chat, yeah. No action behind that, no. Me say I move it, them, I act. None of them boy can trim this a lot.
Bro, throwing shots at fucking Ray Allen. That shit was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Let's go, man. Let's fucking go. So, you guys know the drill, man. We're gonna break this down by 3 categories. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of the track. Yeah. Hi-R-S gives very, like, strong Jamaican vibes. And, like, he's, like, really, really got, like, good reggae vibes. So, like, it's like such an experience here on Music Mondays having this kind of artist. Like it's really dope because the thing about Hi-R-S is it's not like your typical sounding reggae. It's like very like it's like almost modernized. You know what I mean? Like it's got like a different kind of element to it when it comes to the instrumental, when it comes to certain flows when he's hitting verses. Like I fuck with this a lot because it's there's no like clear standard here, and I think that's what's dope about this. So let's talk about the instrumental. When it comes to the instrumental, this is definitely a very higher ass kind of beat. Higher always chose very like just very dance and like almost house sort of like alternative, almost trap line reggae, sort of like instrumentals. I'd say, you know what I mean? Like it's it's a nice blend. I'd say, 100%. So shout out whoever did this beat because whoever did this beat did an excellent job. Um, but the melody's a bop. But I think the drums are definitely a shining star when it comes to the instrumental, 100%. Um, I feel like these drums are just so like really gave me the image of the blending of the genres, which I guess tonight that's like really the theme here. Like we've already had a couple of artists that were like really blending shit up, so Higher is definitely no exception. But nonetheless, I feel like Higher definitely knows what he likes when it comes to instrumentals and picking them as an artist. So definitely very tippable for sure. But all in all, a great choice in instrumental, 100%. Let's talk about vocals. Vocals here are interesting. I feel like Higher is definitely not somebody who just recently started making music or like recently started taking it serious. I feel like Higher is definitely somebody who's like seasoned when it comes to not only performing and like recording vocals, but definitely writing them too. There's a lot of like clever writing in this. And then just some blatant like, you know, funny sort of bars in here that that are just it makes for a fun track. You know what I mean? But let's talk about the mix. The vocal mix here is really good. Once again, whoever mixed did an excellent job. Um, because Higher has like a very like energetic voice, and I feel like to like get it to sound proper and like have it like have uh like a good effect, you know what I mean? And make it sound really wide and effective and like really achieve the sound that he would really sound best at. Um the engineer fucking snapped. And if Higher mixed this, he fucking snapped. For sure. I like the mix. It's very wide. And then in relation to the beat, it wasn't very clashy or anything like that. It was a solid, good middle ground for sure. It was a good mix. But the writing, like I was going into a little bit, is very interesting. The writing here is like it's very clever and like um what's the word for it? It's very like interesting. Like there's some real interesting writing, and then there's like the Ray Allen bar where he just fucking straight out diss Ray Allen, and I was like, oh shit, Ray Allen catching strays out here. But all in all, I feel like the writing gave Higher like the inspiration to like keep up with the flow and like give like a good recording performance. You know, I feel like when he recorded this, he was definitely having a good time for sure. Um, which just leads back to the mix. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the mix on this was excellent. Especially when it comes to the beat and like the vocals. Um, like in relation to the vocals, because like the beat is like so bouncy and like very like it's a very dancey kind of beat, so it had to be done just right. Cause this track how it is now, I could definitely see this being played in like a low club, like a low key club, like a fucking like a small club. I could totally see people vibing out to this 100%. But all in all, interesting, interesting to say the least. And I always enjoy higher S tracks, so instrumental solid, vocals definitely solid. Um, let's talk about the theme. Chat dema chat. I mean, could mean many things, but it doesn't really give like an overall indication of like like what the theme is of this track. But Higher is always known for like his like super um like very yeah, like the like selfie covers and like the very like chilled like laid back covers. I fuck with his covers a lot. So Higher is a very like um what's the word, like very simple kind of artist when it comes to like showing who they are. You know what I mean? You get what you get with Higher, 100% for sure. And so I definitely like that about him, 100%. So with that said, man, shout out to Higher S. If you enjoyed Higher S, make sure you show him some love, man. Follow Higher S on YouTube. Make sure you follow Higher on Twitter at Higher S. Hire's a beast, man. Definitely an artist that is doing all sorts of bending and just grinding, just grinding, honestly. Because it last week Hire submitted a track, like I'd mentioned. This week he submitted a track, but before that, it was a while from when I had last heard Hire, so it was really dope to like see that Hire was still out here like putting out consistent tracks, putting out new shit. Really dope. So if you fuck with Hire, go show him some love. Follow him on Twitter. Follow him on YouTube as well. Drop him a sub. Show him some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, man, make sure you show some love. Check out the description box. Follow some of these artists if you fuck with them. Show them all some love, man. So, King Mark Gucci, Cole Gucci, Human Resources Gucci, Dread Gucci, Hire Gucci. We got up next the homie Lord Heretic. We got J Fiend, Kale. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tracks left. Let's get it. Up next, like I said, we got the homie Lord Heretic. Last week, maybe we didn't finish off with Mark last week. I don't think we did. Now I think about it, maybe it was Heretic. But either way, Heretic was definitely towards the end last week when it came to the order of submissions. And like we were saying, Heretic is definitely one of the leading scorers when it comes to alternative, heavier styles of trap. And just really one of the best to do it when it comes to the heavy style. You know, Heretic definitely has like good tracks when it comes to different styles, but Heretic does the heavier style the best when it comes to heavy vocals, heavy beats, almost teetering on trap metal. So this is gonna be good for sure. 8 tracks left already. I know. I guess we already did. How many did we already do? We did like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess we're around 6. Yeah. Damn. Well, I guess because last week we had a guest episode, so we were already like an hour and a half in by the time I actually started submissions. But all in all, Heretic's a pretty consistent supporter of Music Mondays, man. And just a really, really genuine, nice human. And just makes some of the best, heaviest shit that we've ever had on Music Mondays. Probably the best. So like I said, I'm excited to get into this. They submitted a track titled Prima Donna, and it's featuring Killfish, Prod Killfish. I think he mentioned in the Discord this is from his album that's coming out soon. And it's relatively new. I think he dropped it 7 hours ago. So definitely brand fucking new. Prod Killfish, Lord Heretic, featuring Killfish, Prima Donna. Let's get into it.
Yeah. It's my life, I'll dance if I wanna. Calm down, mama, you being a prima donna. Don't work alone, my dog, that's marijuana. Move my way like samba, dope, dancing bachata. Bitch bust down and shake it like maracas. Hit it from the back with combos like Baraka. About to show the top, just like a mobster. Take on my hometown, label me a monster. They hate the way I talk. They growing ever greener when I walk. Hey, I dream about the shots. Feeling golly when I see the body drop. Hey, it's my life, I'll dance if I wanna. Calm down, mama, you're being a prima donna. Don't work alone, my dog, that's marijuana. Move my way like samba, dope, dancing bachata.
Bitch, you clown, fuck around. I don't really fit the sound. Hit the mound, put you down. See it on the cover bands. Like, what's the message? You bitches on the fences. Yeah, I'm reckless, got bitches on the benches. So hold the club, fuck a slut. Beat them on a couple stunts. Grab a cunt, fuck a love. See them on a double stunt. I'm the devil, good fucking up my level. Bring the cats, so you bitches grab the pet. Bring the bitches, I'm coming up on my missus. And I keep them on the side with the gun up on my business. Like, run the fixes, I'm coming up on the blitzes. And I leave them on the ride with the stun up on my hips. It's like, this is bitch a bitch, I'm coming with 5'6". Got a bullet for a fucker with dummies and sidekicks. What's a bitch? I wonder what life is. Got a bullet for a sucker with buddies and 5 kids. Like, we so mindless, fucking with 20 biceps. We gon' fight, bitch, fuck it, I want violence. We so silent, fucking with 20 sirens. We gon' fight, bitch, fuck it, I want violence.
Wow. What the fuck? Holy shit. Well, damn, nice intro. Okay, baby, fly my window. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. Were not for the loss of this land, I would have slain you. Bro, this picture fucking kills me, bro. Kills me. Cover's already a 10 out of 10. Fuck. Okay, so this track's kind of interesting. Let's just hop right into this one because I got some words for this. We're gonna break this down by 3 categories. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. The instrumental here, straight up, just absolutely Heretic vibes through and through. Killfish did an amazing job. Probably not only producing something that he thought he could get onto, but Heretic made this a different kind of vibe when it comes to what his older typical relevant sound is. And I really like this a lot. I feel like Heretic took a different approach when it came to vocals, and the instrumental sort of laid the groundwork here because it's not like you're over the top like super hard instrumental, but it's still a fucking banger, like, nonetheless. It's still on the harder side, but not super subby like Heretic would normally submit. So the instrumental's great. Layout's great as well, but I think the shining star here for the instrumental is the mix. Killfish definitely snapped on the mix for sure. Um, not too loud. Everything hits really, really hard. I like it a lot. So instrumental, definitely 10 out of 10 for sure for both Heretic and Killfish. The vocals are very interesting here. Um, so you guys know that usually what makes like a pretty dope feature is two people coming together like on a track to make like a consistent track, but also like taking the track and like doing their thing on it while the other artist does their thing. But I think Heretic and Killfish were almost on like a very like tag team vibe. They were very like almost duo sounding on this, and not in a bad way at all. I really feel like um Killfish brought like a different almost like refreshing element in terms of like the way his flows are, and then Heretic you get like a more gritty, less heavy Heretic, and almost I don't want to say like hip hop Heretic, but like more so um more subtle Heretic, and like it's still like heavy, which is like weird in a way, but it's good because it's like if you can still be heavy, but you're not always doing like um super like heavy vocals, doing any types of screaming. I think that's what's dope. So the fact that this is new and Heretic is like doing some experimenting with um other flows and vocal types, I like that a lot. I think that's really dope. So let's talk about Heretic's verse. Heretic's verse here, like I said, is something I really enjoy because, like I said in the past, can definitely be more on the heavier side. But we've also heard different types of vocals. But this is 7 hours ago he posted this, so this is like fresh Heretic, like current Heretic, and I think this is a really good representation of like what he could do as an artist and like what his ability is um to be able to branch out from like his quote unquote normal sound, but also like not straight too far from it, and like try to, create something completely new. So all in all, I like the consistency a lot, but the writing here, as far as Heretic's verse goes, is great. Heretic's got a lot of like, eh, the like hook in particular is like such a bop, like because it's not like super heavy, but like the lyrical content is just like it makes you still want to headbang. And like that's what I like about this track is like it's a perfect mix of like you could still chill to this, but it's not like super chill at all. You know what I mean? It's a good middle ground for what Heretic's normal sound is. Um so the writing and the hook here are definitely some shining stars when it comes to vocals for sure. So instrumental solid 100%. Heretic ver- uh verse mix and lyrics overall are just fire. Um Killfish definitely brought a different element. I don't think we've heard much of Killfish on the show. Like if we have it, it was definitely a while ago through um another track. But all in all, I like the element that he brought to this track for his verse. Um, brought like a more like hip hop flow side, but also like kept it heavier when it comes to like the normal sound that Heretic likes to keep with his tracks. And of course he made the instrumental as well, so I feel like Fish would normally know how his instrumentals would sound best with vocals on them. So I think they both really achieved that, honestly, and they didn't really need to like stray too far from each other to like really make the song come together. I feel like they were really on some duo shit here, and it really kept like the structure and like the overall track pretty dope to listen to, honestly. So the overall theme of this track is interesting because the lyrical content is very like simple and obviously explains itself, but it's like a bop. It's like almost like, I bet you could like take these lyrics maybe and like flip it around, and like Heretic could like make like a pop track out of this if he wanted. But like it works so well in like the heavier Heretic style, and I like that a lot. And Fish definitely snapped when it comes to the instrumental and his verse. So the thing that really brings all that together for me is the fact that this is like an early drop, but it doesn't have the album cover or anything like that. So you could pass this off as like a single if you wanted. But it is off of his a new album that's dropping relatively soon. So it's a really good like preview track almost. You know what I mean? And I like that a lot. If this is what we're in store for, I'm excited. And like I said, this picture's like a 10 out of 10 for me. So let's fucking get it. Heretic's talented, man. Heretic is so fucking talented. Each week and each time we've heard some Heretic shit, it's just been new flows on old songs and just all sorts of just crazy shit. And Heretic has like this like way with like branching out and doing different shit, but also staying consistent. It's great. I like it a lot. So with that said, shout out Lord Heretic. Shout out Killfish, man. Make sure you follow them both. Follow Heretic on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow Heretic on Twitter at Lord Heretic. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube description of the re-upload. Let's go, man. Heretic is always a pleasure to listen to. And that was some like brand new, super, super relevant Heretic. And that was awesome. That was awesome. So, Mark Gucci, Cole Gucci, Human Resources Gucci, Dread, Higher Ass, Heretic. And up next, we got the homie Jay Fiend, man. We've had a lot of great videos from Jay. And Jay just makes this like style of alternative trap that is out of this world. Jay is extremely, extremely talented, but has the visuals to back it up as an artist. And visuals aren't necessarily everything, but if you're gonna do visuals like Jay does, I feel like Jay does them the best. And like how they're supposed to be done, 100%. So you guys know I'm a big fan of visuals. Let's hop right into this one. Jay said, been waiting to show y'all this, and he submitted a visual and track titled Jay Fiend Boot Me Up. And this is gonna be crazy because Jay has had like some of the like dopest visuals I have probably seen on Music Mondays when it comes to real music videos and like actual shit that's filmed. There's been a few like recent ones that have been really good. Bloodcat's always somebody who's really good with visuals. Somebody like Mulan Migs. There was a couple visuals recently that come to mind that were like, oh, this is fire. You know what I mean? But Jay definitely has a real good consistency when it comes to visuals. And I'm definitely excited to get into this one. So, Jay Fiend, Boot Me Up, official music video. Let's check this out.
for my bitch and my mama too. My eyes so red, but I'm out the blues. Waking up in the nighttime, tight roll, walk a fine line. Spin the wheel, got a right price. Get rich like 50 or die trying. 2 pills got me booted, quitty just can't do it. This fast like shit so new to her. Put me through hell, she lose the fuck. I ain't getting her no more. Bitch like, what you lying for? Spalling on my microphone. In this room, I die alone. Every time I pick up this phone, I watch my money stack. Every time I fall with these hoes, they just get too attached. Every time I give her these pills, you know I'm coming back. Every time I'm trying to chill, they trying to get me mad. I got all this guava, may put it up in a safe. Bitch, if you ain't talking money, get it on my face. You flexing shit, that's not your money, we are not the same. Bitch was catching feelings for me, that was a mistake. Watch me run these bands out, 200 in my fan. Boy, you getting passed up, I need my money fast. Sell for the high and I cop for the low. Come with a bag if you call my phone. I blew the check and I got me some more. Jackie Chan, I'm chopping a boat. Nah, I feel it, oh yeah. Dripping in this Montclair. Boy, you ain't so bro, me and your life just do not compare. Gonna for this money, yeah. Run it up like, oh yeah. My coffee be so muddy, but my diamonds, they be all feel like Miami 2012, I'm number 6. I know it's all, bitch, I'm about to go from my wrist. Can't put these drugs down, you know I love this shit. Don't give a fuck about his fame, I won't be rich. I put my opioid up in this billionaire boys club. Gas got me paranoid as fuck. My only choice is run it up.
Bitch. Let's fucking go. Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Jay's a leading scorer when it comes to visuals, man. A leading fucking scorer, bro. This is such heavy East Coast vibes, too. So, we're just gonna mute this out when we're playing in the background, but man. So, let's get right the fuck into this one. Let's break this down by 3 categories. Well, I guess 4 technically, but we're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. And we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track along with the visual. Wow. So let's just talk about the instrumental. It's definitely not like your like typical your typical fucking quote unquote trap instrumental. It's definitely more on the like unique side when it comes to this type of sound, for sure. There's a lot of like little things this producer did. I believe the producer was put like at the start. Unless I'm tripping. There it was. Lil Jerb? Is that what that says, Lil Jerb? Yeah, Lil Jerb. Shout out Lil Jerb, man. Let's fucking go. So with that said, let's hop back into this. The instrumental is definitely 10 out of 10 unique. Jay has an interesting choice when it comes to the instrumentals he uses. I've seen like more of the standard sort of trap sound, and then I've heard him going on beats like this, and it just shows like Jay's skill as an artist 100%. Especially in terms of like writing and to be able to flow on beats like this. This is an interesting one for sure. So I like the choice here. I like the confidence in the choice as well, because it's not like you could tell that he was like nervous or anything like that on the track at all. I think he did a good job with that for sure. But Lil Jerb definitely mixed the fuck out of this beat. I love these 808s. I like the drums a lot, but it's like the subtle little sounds that you hear and like the melodies and like in between drums and shit that really like make this beat sort of like, you know, like really unique. And I think that's what's dope. So Instrumental, definitely a really great choice. Definitely a ballsy choice. I feel like this is a beat that some artists, you know, would only choose if like they could like absolutely hear themselves on it. So the fact that Jay was like, "Oh, I can fucking use this," that's sick to me. That's definitely sick to me. So shout out Lil Jared, man. And before we continue to vocals, I just want to talk about this description and the fact that it's on Jay's channel. Um, it's a great description, man. Like, you have the pre-save, the SoundCloud, all of Jay's credit, um, Lil Jerb's credit, directed and edited by Jay Fiend, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, the fact that this was edited by Jay as well, like, wow, fuck, man. Like, we'll talk about this later. We'll, because you guys know what kind of tangent I'm probably about to go on, but instrumental, definitely a great choice. A unique choice at that, and Jerb definitely killed it. Vocals here are interesting. Jay has a few different, I wouldn't call them styles, but like just a few different sort of like mixes and like way of like performing vocals he does. And this is more so like not on like whisper status, but like it's more of like a lighter sort of vocals. And I love that a lot. I feel like the lighter sort of like verses work for Jay. And I'd assume he's just doing all types of like new shit as an artist, because you could really like experiment with a lot of this shit. And much like Heretic, the previous artist that we just talked about, like I feel like you could experiment, but like you don't have to like stray too far away, and you don't have to really like don't experiment if like you don't want to, but you could do like subtle little shit like this, where I feel like vocals can, you know, give a track like a whole new vibe. And I like this vibe a lot, 100%. So the vocal mix here is really dope. I like this a lot. Now, when it comes to the verses here, Jay is like a really good fucking writer. Like, and I feel like that's been one of Jay's like really like um really like outstanding skills. If like I had to pick, was like his writing and like his ability to like make lyrics like really effective, and like really say bars that are like believable. But like at the same time, like there's a lot of bars in here that are like real as fuck, but also like are like true to like Jay. And like it's almost like a personal track that people can relate to. It's actually kind of crazy how we blended the two vibes, because you could like, you know, there's certain bars in here that are like what Jay's talking about, and then there's bars in here that are, you know, just general sort of lyrics. So it's a pretty good blend between the two. But the flows and cadences for sure definitely top all that off 100% when it comes to vocals. Um, Jay switches up between like probably like two or three different flows on this track, and all in all, the hook definitely brings it all together. But I don't think he strayed too far in between verses and during verses, where it was like a genre sort of like blender. I feel like Jay kept it pretty consistent, but the writing and like the way he performed the writing made this a track to like the real Jay Fiend standards that I've seen here on Music Mondays. 100%. But all in all, great vocal mix. Writing's excellent. Um very like personal but yet general bars that make a good balance. Um and it's just all topped off by a really great hook and some good flows. Like I feel like Jay like knows like the essentials to like make like a good like alternative trap track, but also like add his own spins on it and like add verses and like add things and elements that you don't normally see in everybody's videos or like everybody's verses or everybody's tracks in general. So that's what I like about this. Let's talk about the theme. Boot Me Up. Jay has always been an artist that has never shied away from like his sort of drug experiences and like what his daily experiences are when it comes to not only drugs but just like everyday life and what his struggles are. And I think this track definitely like I don't want to say like best represents him, but it definitely like is a way for Jay to like lay some shit out in a way where he doesn't feel like it's fucking whack. You know what I mean? Like tracks like this are very like honest and you always have to respect that. Like you always have to respect the honesty and like being genuine like on your tracks. You know what I'm saying? Like I fuck with that a lot. So this theme to me here is um definitely solid. Definitely solid for sure. Yo, okay, what's good, homie? I hope you're well. Welcome, 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 welcome. But yeah, definitely a very J Fiend theme, but all in all, a representation of what's going on in Jay's world, for sure. But bonus category because we're actually talking about a visual here. Let's talk about the official music video. So not only was this shot by Jay, but this is also edited by Jay, and like not a lot of artists will edit like this. Like I'm just gonna say it flat the fuck out. Not a lot of artists have like decent experience with like subtle edits and like scene changes and you know putting shit on screen and like doing like little stuff during a visual and or like deep frying filters and shit. Like not a lot of like editors can do that shit, especially if you're already an artist, you know. So not only was Jay out here like filming this and like filming with the homies and like getting clips, but he like went home and edited this shit and fucking was like, all right, bro, like this is about to be fucking heat. Like you have like a good variety of scenes here. You have a lot of driving scenes. You have some car scenes. You have some crib scenes. You have what was that one? Oh yeah, the shower one. Like it's a great dynamic of different shit. If I'm being honest. So I like this visual a lot. Oh yeah, and that at the end doing the fucking pull ups, bro. Actually A1. Actually fucking A1, bro. But yeah, this is probably the best J Fiend visual that I've seen so far. It's been a while since I've seen the other ones. And I really should go brush up on them because this one is a perfect representation of why Jay deserves like a lot of attention in the underground when it comes to like making a style of trap that's not like super generic, you know what I mean? I feel like Jay like puts his own spin on it and like really makes like music for himself. And that's one thing you can always tip no matter what kind of music you make, no matter what kind of visuals you're doing. And the fact that Jay's out here filming and editing these just shows that he actually cares about his shit and like wants to push it like wants to push it in a way where um it's just giving like a meaning behind the music. You know what I'm saying? Um any extra effort is like really important when it comes to like actually giving your music purpose. Like if that's not what you want to do, that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm also talking about the people that like you know like want people to see their music and like want to find people that relate to their music and find people to support their music. This is a great way to do it. and anything like extra that you can do or know, um, I feel like it's just a really good thing, a really, really good thing. And if you can like abuse that, I feel like you should. And Jay definitely showed it off here by not only editing this, but also directing and filming this. So 10 out of 10 on the effort scale, 100%. This editing is great. Probably one of my favorite things about the visual. Um, and the variety of scenes as well. Like, and I almost forgot to mention this. The thing with Jay is he's super comfortable on camera. Like, this will be like the third or fourth visual I've seen from Jay. And never, not once, has he looked awkward, uncomfortable, weird, nothing on camera. Like, that's such an advantage if you're an artist to be able to like get comfortable on camera. And like, I'm not talking about like with your phone camera and shit. I mean, I guess that'd be a way to like get used to it, right? You know what I mean? Just start taking videos of yourself all the time. But I mean, like actually going to film scenes and shots and do that sort of thing. You got to be comfortable. It makes for better shots. It makes for more natural shots, and it just makes for more like a better viewing experience. And I think Jay absolutely hit that nail on the head. Absolutely. So, with that said, shout out Jay Fiend. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. Everybody go follow Jay. Make sure you go sub to Jay on YouTube, man. He is 9 subs away from 450. Go show that motherfucker some love, man. He's dropping visuals like this constantly, dropping music constantly. Go show him some love, man. For sure, for sure. Shout out Jay Fiend, man. For real. Follow him on Twitter at JFiend, Toucan Xanax. Show him some love. And yeah, man, Jay is definitely an artist that you need to watch out for this year. I'll just say that for sure. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more from him on the Music Mondays podcast. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, drop a like, show it some love, click on the description box, and go show these artists some love, man. Go show the Music Mondays community some love, and if you find a song you like, go play the fuck out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Crossed up like now. Love y'all, man. Yo, I love you too, Kale. Let's get it, baby. Love you, Kale. Much love, brother. Let's get it, Mark. So, speaking of which, Kale's up next. But, Mark, check. Cole, check. Human Resources, check. Dread, check. Hire, check. Heretic, check. J Fiend, check. And we got Kale, Offspring, Alice Valentine, Mac 2 times, the homie Michael, and Lil Skunky or Bloodcat. I've yet to click on this link, so we'll find out. We'll find out. But that was crazy, man. That was crazy. Shadow J. Shadow J. Hope you're doing well, homie. So, up next, we got the homie Kale. Kale is, I say it every week, man, and I can't get enough of Kale. And Kale as a producer is definitely the standard. I believe I talked about it a little bit when we were talking about Human Resources. We just discussed like treating yourself as an artist if you're a producer, and having just the same energy and respect, and like treating yourself like an artist, and Kale definitely does that, and Kale makes being a producer respectable, as a couple of us do, and there's definitely a lot of producers out there that do, but Kale's one of those producers that actually like cares to like release instrumentals and like make like a brand for himself that's like it's a good representation of what it's like to be like a producer that respect your art and treat yourself like an artist. And I think that's super, super fucking important. Um, it really is. Like, if you're a producer out there, you gotta treat yourself like an artist. You gotta release music like an artist. And I think Kale and a few select others and a couple others in the Music Mondays community do that for sure. So, with that said, Kale said, not sure if this is okay, but this is my favorite song I've ever produced. And of course it's okay. If you feel that you have a track that you want to submit that you produced on, that you featured on, shit, you want to submit somebody else's track, just make sure you drop their Twitter handle and we'll review it. But yeah, let's check this out. Let's pop this open in a new tab. It's from an artist known as June, and it's titled Far From You, Prod Kale, lyrics and description. Oh man. Oh man. And it's 2 years old. This cover is actually crazy. This is a really, really good cover. This reminds me of a couple of different artists, actually. But the cover's great. Junior June. Give you all a treat for day. If it wasn't for Junior, if it wasn't for the main Junior ending, I wouldn't be here making music. Art by Fury. Art by Fury? Really? He fucking snapped. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wow. Okay, let's get it. He really snapped. I fucking like that a lot. Well, let's get into it, man. June, Far From You, Prod Kale. Let's get it. Let's go, let's go. That was great. That was great. That was definitely one of those tracks that like it like blends like poetry and lyrics. And I really, 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 really like tracks that do that a lot. There's a part 2 to this. Yo, we need to play that on a fucking show. Fuck me. Holy shit. Alright. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, Prod the Homie Kale. We're gonna talk about vocals. And we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. Um, man, this instrumental is definitely like not only is Kale like a producer that can do a multitude of genres, but I feel like this is one of those instrumentals that like producers like me as a producer, like I know why Kale feels like this is one of his favorite songs that he's produced, because like beats like this, eh, they're very emotional, and like to have like the proper amount of emotion conveyed on them is like so it's like probably one of the best feelings as a producer. You know what I mean? To like have like a really emotional cook up, and then somebody put really emotional lyrics and like emotional everything to your instrumental. Like I think that's like really dope. I think that's probably one of my favorite parts, at least to me, as a producer. 100%. But as far as the instrumental itself, um this track is some real good Kale vibes, man. Like from the keys all the way down to like the subtle drums, and like they're not like lo-fi drums or anything. Like they're very like studio, like reverby, like that good like almost emotional drums. Like it's really crazy to say, but definitely emotional drums for sure. But to top all that off, the mix is like really great. Like the mix on this instrumental is really great. The piano's nice and wide. Um, the drums are very like snappy, but not too like, you know, overbearing. And then if you add vocals on top of this, the mix just stays the same. So that's what's really good about this. So all in all, definitely a 10 out of 10 instrumental from KO. Super emotional, has an identity, and I really like the vibes here from KO. Um, I have a couple of beats like this, not like this style, but that sort of like I have as my favorites because they're just instrumentals that I really enjoy myself. So I could definitely relate to that feeling. Like I really like that a lot. But all in all, 10 out of 10 on the instrumental side from KO, 100%. Definitely an emotional instrumental, and whether I'm biased or not, I don't give a fuck. I love that instrumental, and I love emotional instrumentals. So definitely a great job here for sure. And the sound's consistent as well as far as the instrumental goes. It's not too many like conflicting sounds or anything like that. It's very chill. So let's talk about vocals. Vocals here are interesting because the mix is like so, it's not like overdone. It's not like a style of mixing, like it's just a very simple light mix, and June absolutely went to fucking town on this instrumental. Um there's just this combination of like light poetry to like heavier lyrics to like sort of blending them both, and almost reminds me of like a HK51 sort of like, you know, real emotional, like vivid descriptive lyrics that mix those two things, poetry and lyrics, and just gives a nice platter of the two. And I really like it a lot. I really like tracks like this. Like if I was a vocalist, I would make all types of shit, but like I would definitely like do shit like this. 100%. This is what Slay's vocals would sound like if I did vocals. So I like this style a lot. Huge fan. But the mix is solid. I'm in love with the writing because it's just like a good blend of, like I said, poetry and lyrics. Um, but to top it all off, the theme of this track is what's really like really important. Far From You and the cover just go hand in hand. I love the colors. Fury absolutely went crazy on this cover, man. Um, but the color palette here is great. You have this like real dark undertone, but like you have like these light candy pink s colors, and the Far From You title and the font is just great. But the lyrical theme and the content theme is just like it speaks for itself. You have like vivid imagery here, and just like it really is like this like perfect a blend of like subtle poetry and like heavy emotional lyrics that just slap you right in the face. And like if you ever like going through it, if you're feeling down and anything like that, like songs like these like always really hit. And songs like these, songs like it, and just all types of emotional music have gotten me through really hard times. You know what I mean? So like it, it's a real soft spot for me when it comes to emotional music. And it just makes me really like this track a lot. But it's all the better that June snapped on the mix. Um Everybody played their part here, but Kale definitely snapped on the instrumental. Everybody involved did a really good job. 1.5K definitely deserved. It deserves way more, honestly. It's definitely one of those emotional tracks that like is a rare one, but like you'd like just keep forever. You know what I mean? And you just pull it out of your likes whenever you're going through it, like. But it's not like super emotional as to where like it's that bad, but it's definitely vivid and like it's somber, and I like that about it. So with that said, shout out to June, man. Shout out to Kale for the submission. Thank you, homie. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow June on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow Kale on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow Kale on Twitter at thatboykale. Show him some love, man. Kale is a consistently submitting artist here on Music Mondays, man. Kale is one of my favorite producers coming out of the Music Mondays community and the underground community in general. Just an all around really great spirit, and just somebody's energy that's like really good to have around. It's always a pleasure to have a Kale track on, man, especially anything produced by Kale, because then we get to check out all these new artists. You know what I mean? Artists that Kale worked with and everything, man. So make sure you show them some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. We have a whole catalog of songs. The best playlist in the world, Prod Kale. I know, I saw that shit. I was like, oh shit. Every good producer has one of those. Prod Zom, Prod Kale. Facts, baby. Facts. Kale with a banger. That was a great one. A Mark, check. You got the homie Cole, check. Human Resources, check. Dread, check. Hire, check. Jay, check. Heretic, check. Kale, check. Up next, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious. And this is gonna be interesting because I've been waiting to see this shit for a minute. But we got Kale's good, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 submissions left. So let's hop into some Offspring Mysterious, man. They submitted a short film titled Walking Onslaught's Basketball League Part 1. Now, this is going to be good because For those of you that tune into Music Mondays, you know that I'm pretty big on Offspring Mysterious short film series, and more in particular the basketball episodes and just the antics that Offspring um puts on his channel. So, with that said, Offspring Mysterious, Walking on Solid's Basketball League, Part 1. Premiered 11 hours ago, by the way, so brand spanking new. And of course, we have a wonderful description here. Welcome to Onslaught's Basketball League. People have been hounding us about it over the last 3 years. Yo, let's go. See, there's even a great backstory here. Let's go. Songs used. Got lots of Offspring tracks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Man, lots of. Let's go. Let's fucking go. And of course, Patreon, Twitter, Instagram, SoundCloud, FanLink, official website, all the good stuff. So, if you've ever seen these on Music Mondays and you're like, what are these short films? Make sure you go check out Offspring and read his descriptions and check out his short writing and just see what he's up to, man. Because the antics here are always a good time. All I gotta say, 3 weeks of non-stop work. Let's see this, man. I'm excited. Let's go. Walking on Solid's Basketball League, Part 1.
Dance style, first form,
Wait,
Mi Amore.
what's crazy about this is this is like one of the first videos we've ever seen of Offspring. This was like one of the first ones. Not like this video we're watching now, but like this clip. I remember there's like a single upload or something like that. And yeah. Oh shit, what the fuck? The editing came out sick. Wow. I'm actually so impressed, Offspring. What the fuck? What the fuck? This man's been snapping. He's like, what the fuck? Dude, the editing on these has gotten so good. Like, you can see the improvements. You're, like, transmissioning everywhere. You're, like, fucking... The editing with the energy at the beginning. Holy shit. That's actually great. Did you see the other parts? What's up? The fucking zoom. He's like, huh, not bad. It's like, what the fuck? That art's sick. About to get real. Oh shit. Oh man. The coin toss is in, ladies and gentlemen. The coin toss is in. Oh shit. It's about to get fucking real.
Oh, yeah. I'm just scratching the surface.
This is actually great. The different fits are a nice touch. But they're all like still kind of the same. So it's like consistent. Put a lot of time and research into my fits. It's like, come on, ref, that's bullshit. Like, fuck it. Oh shit. Like, bro, it's cool. Oh. The editing kills me, bro. It's great. It's turn up time. These instrumentals have been top notch. Five. Whoa. He's like, go ahead. He's like, what the fuck? You suck. Damn, you too? Huh. That was fucking lit. That was actually so lit. I actually really enjoyed that. For a while, the older basketball one. See you in the next 2 weeks. Let's fucking go, Offspring. Let's go. The older basketball one was definitely one of my favorites, but I think this one might be my favorite now. This one was like peak Offspring short film status. Like, they're like long enough for episodes, but like the editing and like everything is like so much like the improvement's crazy because like we've seen like a lot of older work and shit like that, but the improvement in the editing is like insane. Like it's like really cool to see because like now it just adds more context because like you could always get the gist of everything before, but now the editing like just like makes everything like more vibrant and more like um it just definitely adds more context without a doubt. And I think that's really beneficial for you. I like this a lot. Definitely my favorite one, without a doubt. And the fact that this is part one, yeah, it's about to be a fucking lit couple of weeks, that's for sure. That's for sure. And the variety of instrumentals here from Offspring is actually really great. Like really, really fucking great. Not only sound wise, but just overall production wise. I think that's one thing that Offspring has always been good at is like um instrumentals that like really fit the need of like what he's looking for and like what he's trying to do. So I think that's what's really dope about like Offspring's work is like everything really like fits around him. Like his style of art, his style of instrumentals, style of production, and definitely last but not least, but the style of like filming and editing. So like this is really cool to see. This is like a wild improvement. Definitely the best one we've seen so far. You're in for a wild ride. It's just beginning. Let's fucking go, man. Pretty soon we're gonna be having like fucking subtitles on these. Watch. Subtitles on these would go crazy. But the fact that you're already like editing like more heavily just shows that like you're improving, so it won't be long. I think this is great. I think this is fucking a really good starting point for like a whole lot of other shit. Honestly. Cause I also had that vision of like a visual like going like super viral on fucking TikTok or something like that. Like this is what leads to that shit because you've done so many of these and now that you have them in your library, you're just like getting better and better at them. So like, man, who knows where you're going to be at by the end of the year? Like everything you're doing now is like setting you up for like such a good future of like doing shit on like the scale that you've always wanted to do it. So this is really sick to see. I enjoyed that. That was awesome. And it's always super typical too cuz you guys know the drill like Offspring producer, designer, director, filmer, editor literally does it all himself. So you can always tip that. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to like independent underground art, you could really always tip that, man. It's super super fucking tippable. It really is. And like the detailed descriptions and like everything here linked. I think this was great. This is actually a job well done. Awesome. The gradual progress of Offspring is just great. That was a pleasure. So, next week, we're getting part 2. Or hopefully next week. But either way, shout out Offspring was serious. Shout out Walking Onslaught's Basketball League. That was very enjoyable. It's always good to switch it up and check out like a good visual and like just like kick back and enjoy this on Music Mondays, man. Cause like it's like watching a quick episode, right? You know, you got like 30 minutes, and you're like, bang, you're fucking right back into it. So I fuck with that. Part 2 won't be till the week after. Let's fucking get it, Offspring. I got you, homie. So yeah, with that said, make sure you follow Offspring to stay updated, man. Make sure you go sub to his fucking YouTube channel. Make sure you go show him some love, man. And go check this out. This is actually a really, really great visual, and he's got a lot more on his channel, so go show him some love. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring on Twitter at Beats Mode. And every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Fire as always. That was great. I can't believe the editing and like the new vibes of Offspring, and like the basketball idea is just great. Like I really like the basketball idea. Some of my favorite shit, if I'm being honest. Okay. So, right back into it. We got Alice Valentine. I don't believe Alice has submitted a track. I don't think so. And they actually, I don't think they, no, I don't think they have. Not that I can remember. So this is definitely a first time submission for sure. So let's pop open this Spotify link. And they submitted actually a full album. So you guys know the drill whenever I get full album submissions and just any sort of full project submission, I usually bases off of, you know, just the first track, because it's a pretty good indication on whether the album will attract new listeners or is going to be a good project. And of course, for consideration for everybody else who submits music as well. So we won't be going through the whole album, but we will listen to the intro track, Barely Breathing. And 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Alice Valentine, from their album, or EP, I could say. Checking in. Let's get it.
I'm alive, but I'm barely breathing. Close my eyes for a week or two. Stay inside till this all blows over. I'm not violent, but I scream sometimes. To the drilling in the ceiling, to the sentimental stealing, to science and the data, goodbyes and see you later, the violence and the haters.
To the rules and regulations, the trials and tribulations. We thank you for your patience. The fabric of our nation depends on your participation.
To the days are moving faster, to the
questions and the answers to happily ever after's devices or masters, and we're just sitting pretty
Behind the curtain.
to the suffering and the hurting of mine. 'Cause nothing is for certain, the memories is skirting are coming back to bite ya. But I'm barely breathing. Close my eyes for a week or two. Just stay inside till this soul goes over. I'm not lying, but I scream sometimes.
We're so glad. I see a desire.
Eyes for a week or two. Stay inside till this all blows over. I'm not violent, but I scream sometimes. I'm alive, but I'm barely breathing. Close my eyes for a week or two. Stay inside till this all blows over.
Interesting. Very interesting. I feel like they have a solid sound. I really like their sound. Um, let's see if we can get a little backstory here. Alice Valentine is a quarantine-born band of housemates who came together in their Brooklyn basement to scream the truth and conjure magic, cultivating an experimental blend of rock, punk, funk, folk, and fantasy. Yeah, I definitely would agree. It's definitely experimental. Definitely experimental. That it's a great term for it because it's not like you can just sit there and like, call that rock or, dad rock, post rock, whatever the fuck. So, experimental is a really good word for that. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of this track. This is off their album Checking In. It's interesting. The instrumental here, obviously mainly live instruments, but processed and some mixing done on them. But all in all, I feel like this instrumental is pretty solid when you're thinking in terms of experimental rock. Growing up, I listened to like a lot of like weird rock from my dad and like shit like that. So this is definitely a sound that like I'm not like super experienced in, but I know enough about to at least be able to tell that like this is solid, 100%. Um, depends what your cup of tea is, but if you're into alternative rock, experimental, or even any sort of rock, I feel like this instrumental is a good indication that you'd enjoy it. Um, Solid mix, solid drums, guitars are great. Um, all in all, it's a solid instrumental. I like it. I like it a lot. Sometimes they can sound really spacey or weird. Um, Bands are a pretty hit or miss thing these days, you know, and I feel like Alice definitely has a pretty solid sound, I should say, instrumentally. So definitely a good instrumental. Vocals are interesting. I believe there's two verses here from two different vocalists. And the hook as well. But definitely has a good flow to it. I like the cadence. Uh Definitely has a very like experimental rock cadence. You could relate it to a few things, but um all in all, I think the cadence is something that's really notable here. The vocal mix is great, especially when you're thinking in terms of live instruments and the mix and everything. So vocally, this mix was good for sure, and it balances everything out. Nothing's clashing or overbearing or anything like that. Um, Nothing too crazy. Writing was kind of interesting. Um, you know, the writing with rock music has always been so interesting to me, anyways, because like even growing up or like now, like sometimes rock music is like some of the most vague shit ever. So like it's definitely not anything new to the style of music to be like super vague about stuff or like just be like super like out there with your lyrics. But I think this is like a good combination of the two. Um, some of the verses you hear because there's one vocalist and then another vocalist after. Um, it's a good mix. It's a good mix. Like the, lyrically, they're not talking about like government shit or anything like that, but it's a very like very almost poetic kind of track, I would say. Honestly. Um, but all in all, I'd say the shining star on the vocals is definitely the hook. I like the chorus on this a lot, for sure. Um, yeah, solid vocals for rock standards, 100%. Definitely experimental, but kept it pretty in line with what the standard is, you know. And the overall theme is pretty dope. Because obviously this track is off of their album Checking In, and it's very like I want to say like 1800s kind of motel vibe, but like the sound isn't very like 1800s. It's definitely not very like the funk sort of like folk influence isn't as heavy as I would say rock. So the cover's kind of funny. It's like a super trip to think back and like hear their sound back then. But Checking In, I definitely like the theme a lot. I like the cover. Um Barely Breathing was pretty self-explanatory song. Would I say is it like a good intro to an album? Um I would almost say it's a little long. I feel like putting an almost like 5 minute track at the beginning of your project is a bit risky. But when it's structured like Barely Breathing, I think you could get away with it. Definitely a good like not like introduction, like track 1, but like a good introduction if you're like a first time listener to Alice Valentine. So yeah, not a bad intro track, not at all. All in all, I enjoy this. I don't frequent like experimental like regular rock often. We do get submissions, but this is definitely one of the more enjoyable ones that I found recently. So shout out to Alice Valentine, man. Make sure you go show him some love. Follow him on Spotify. Follow him on Twitter at Alice Valentine, and show him some love if you're into rock or experimental rock or any of the two, man. They're doing their thing. I fuck with that a lot. Thank you, Alice Valentine. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you check out the description box. Check out the artists down there. Show them some love. Drop a follow. And most definitely, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed and drop a like. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a night, man. Like, these submissions have been great. Honestly. Making sure we're good. Yup. Kale, Offspring, Alice. So, 3 to tip off the night. And we got the homie Mac 2 times, man. Mac sent in a pretty emotional vibe last week. He's been really killing it with new flows and all of the great stuff he's doing with his tracks. And just really improving on everything he's doing on his music, man. From when we first heard Mac to where he's at now, I think Mac is really growing into his sound. So this week he said he had a different vibe on this one, and he submitted a track titled Some Hundreds. So let's pop this open a new tab, and we'll get right into this. Mac 2 times, Some Hundreds, Fraud, KAJ, and Captain G. I didn't want to butcher that, so let's get right into this. I'm kind of interested because the last couple tracks that we've had from Mac have been definitely more on the emotional side. So let's see what he's got for us on this track, man. Some Hundreds, Mac 2 times.
Oh yeah, G.
Hi, I'm Kai. I want me some hundreds, I need a shit blue. Swerving in Bentleys and swerving in coops. I don't want one bitch, I need about 2. Bro tried to cross me, that nigga a fool. I'ma catch his ass like it hit him with a deuce. He was trying to be fake, still thinking we cool. Acting like he don't even know how I move. You can't set me up cause I got hella truth. I'm stacking up bread, this shit to the ceiling. He wanna be with the team cause he wanted to. Back cause I saw this shit from the beginning. You got money problems, you better go fix it. I don't got mad because I keep sinning. I'm high as hell, this shit got me spinning. I need some up first, this shit got me itching. Maybe I'm tweaking, this shit didn't kick in. I don't want millions, I need me some billions. Shit still gonna excite me cause I see the digits. Not trying to be like no regular civilian. Shorty got hips, she must be Brazilian. Shout out Juice, I wanna mold a pavilion. To the end of this shit, I'ma be on my own. Catch us none of these niggas, just leave me alone. They be thinking for money, go get your ass on. Y'all wasn't around when I was real bummy. Looking back now, that shit kinda funny. Don't try to act like you really love me. I know you be playing, but I'm not a dummy. Got me fucked up if you think you getting the shopping spree. Don't hit me up, but shorty, you dead to me. I'm single now, this shit feeling so heavenly. I'm single now, this shit feeling so heavenly. I'm sick of now, this shit feeling so heavenly. I'm sick of now, this shit feeling so heavenly. I'm sick of now, this shit feeling so heavenly.
Hi, I'm Kai.
I want me some hundreds, I need a shit blue. Swerving in Bentleys and swerving in coops. I don't want one bitch, I need about 2. Bro tried to cross me, that nigga a fool. I'ma catch his ass like it hit him with a deuce. He was trying to be fake, still thinking we cool. Acting like he don't even know how I move. You can't set me up cause I got hella truth. I want me some hundreds, I need a shit blue. Swerving in Bentleys and swerving in coops. I don't want one bitch, I need about 2. Bro tried to cross me, that nigga a fool. I'ma catch his ass like it hit him with a deuce. He was trying to be fake, still thinking we cool. Acting
Acting like he don't even know how I move. You can't set me up cause I got hella troops. It's gonna be a while for I get to settling. They steady asking Mac why you so arrogant. I swear I'm not, that shit'll be making sense. They saying I'm me, just know that they riding dick. Got a bad bitch, just know that she riding dick. Asking for coke, no I don't got no friend. Asking for perks, I'm like yeah I got hella of it. Just like the casino, yeah I got hella of it. You can't shoot the ones that you was a bitch. Don't try to drum up but bring out the switch. If it's more than one person, then fuck is a fist. My bro will never be lacking for shit. I'ma always wear black looking like an eclipse. If you got a girl, I'ma give you a tip. Don't trust her forever cause bitches ain't shit. Just know that the roles ain't never gon' flip. Never gon' flip. Just know that the roles ain't never gon' flip. Just know that the roles ain't never gon' flip. Know that the roles ain't never gon' flip. I want me some hundreds, I need a shit blue. Swerving in bellies and swerving in coops. I don't want one bitch, I need about two. Don't try to cross me, that nigga a fool. I'ma catch his ass like I hit him with a deuce. He was tryna be fake, still thinking we cool. Acting like he don't even know how I move. You can't set me up cause I got hella troops. I want me some hundreds, I need a shit blue. Swerving in bellies and swerving in coops. I don't want one bitch, I need about two. Bro try to cross me, that nigga a fool. I'ma catch his ass like I hit him with a deuce. He was tryna be fake, still thinking we cool. Acting like he don't even know how I move. You can't set me up cause I got hella troops.
This is like such a crazy ass track to listen to, because like sometimes Mac would come through and you'd be like, oh man, like it's like so close to being like, you know, this good or whatever. And now this is like the second track in a row where I've heard Mac just completely go the fuck off. You know what I mean? Like Mac has really improved since he's first submitted tracks here on Music Mondays. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Good for you, Mac. This is awesome. This is really fucking good. Let's hop right into this. Let's talk a little bit about Mac here. So we're gonna break this down. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of Some Hundreds. So instrumental choice here is definitely dope. More the jumpier kind of bouncy trap vibes for sure. The piano's a good outlier on this, kind of sets the tone here for the instrumental. And when it comes to the drums, you didn't really have to do too much because the piano really takes up a lot of this beat. Like, so you wanted to leave some room for Mac, and I feel like this collab did Mac some justice, 100%. Mac's usually used to picking, well, not used to picking, but usually picks more emotional style instrumentals. And I was kind of curious to see like how well he was going to spin on this, because obviously this wasn't going to be some emotional shit. So this is interesting. I fuck with this a lot. Like, I feel like he picked a really good beat for himself. Like, because, you know, sometimes artists, when they stick to a certain way of, you know, doing things and picking instrumentals, and, you know, they switch it up and it's a little rough at first, but I think Max had other tracks, but it's been a while since we've heard some different shit. And this definitely didn't disappoint. Max killing it lately, so definitely a solid instrumental choice. And shout out these producers, they definitely snapped for sure. I like the mix a lot. Drums are good, mix is solid. Nothing's too clashing, overbearing. A vocal stick good, definitely. Vocals. Now, the mix on here is really good. Max definitely nice and loud. And not like loud in a bad way. He's just nice and wide over the track and very like taking up like a lot of the room. You know what I mean? And I just feel like this mix is really solid. So whoever's mixing Mac's tracks, or if Mac is doing the mixing himself, the mix is great. I think he did a really, really, really good job with this mix for sure. It was very comfortable on the ears, because like you could like blast this, but like even at like listening level, like it was solid. So like blasting this would be like perfect. You know what I mean? Because it's like a very like not a quiet song anyway. So like if you're at a good, you know, 40, 50, it's a solid track. So I definitely like the vocals here a lot. Um, Now the writing, I feel like Mac definitely did a really good job at too. Like, because like I said, like the last couple of submissions have been like pretty emotional tracks from Mac. So, like I said, I was kind of curious to see how he was gonna come on this track, and he definitely didn't disappoint, especially with the writing. Um, the hook's definitely catchy. The hook's definitely a vibe, but I feel like his verses are very skilled. Like I like the way he's like performing, and I like the way it's written. Like he's just got some bars in here that are very like fuck you bars. And you know what I mean? And like it's almost like he's gotten like a little bit of confidence back, or like just wanting to make some different shit, or just as always like experimenting with himself as an artist. So really, really dope to see. But I think one of the shining stars here for the vocals are definitely the hook, and probably the verses. It's I want to say the second verse. Um, First verse was pretty much like hard in your face bars, but like by the time the second verse came around, I feel like Mac was like, just doing a different kind of like mindset writing, but like overall it like kept in line with the track. So he didn't stray too far from the first verse, I don't think at all. Um, but all in all, this is a good, I don't want to say like cocky track, but it's a good like confident track. You know what I mean? It's a good track to like balance out other shit. You know what I mean? Because like even me, like as a producer, like I always make acoustic or emotional tracks or shit like that, but it's always good to like offset that. You know what I mean? And make some other shit. So I fuck with this track, definitely. Um, let's talk about the theme. So the theme for one, the cover's really good. I think Mac said he does his covers, because Mac really does a good job. Like I like the faded art style and like just the like a minimalistic kind of simple shit that Mac does. Um, Especially with like all the like older like emoji covers that he used to do, like with like the blue hearts and like the white hearts and shit. I feel like those are really dope too. So Mac's never been one to like skimp out on the theme at all. And it definitely makes for his tracks to if anything have at least the ability to like be presentable, you know? So he definitely did a good job there. Lyrically, it's definitely one of the more like in your face Mac songs that are very like it's a confidence track, right? So he's talking his shit, and like everybody needs these tracks, like no matter what kind of music you make. And all in all, I think Mac did a really good job. I like this a lot. It's been really dope seeing Mac improve, man. Nothing but love for this motherfucker right here, for sure. Um, Shout out Mac 2 times, man. Make sure you go show Mac some love. Follow Mac on SoundCloud. Um, Follow Mac on Twitter at Mac 2 times, SoundCloud Mac 2 times, and just go show him some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in a description box of the YouTube re-upload, which drops every Saturday, by the way. So if you're not subscribed to the channel or you're wondering when the full show drops on YouTube, every Saturday, baby. Every Saturday. So, if you're watching on the channel, make sure you sub, make sure you drop a like, make sure you show some love. Click that description box, check out the artists, man, show them some love. Now, up next, we got the homie 777 Fury, or just Fury. And this track is off of his recent project with Michael Jones, Be Patient With Me, I'm Only Human. And Man, is this song a fucking banger. Like a fucking banger. We'll get into the details of Marching Band and be patient with me, but boy oh boy is this a fucking heater. Yeah, man, I'm excited to get into this for sure. So let's pop this open, and we're going to do this. We're going to put this 1080. We're going to put this full screen. And we got Fury, a Marching Band by Michael Jones. Let's get it. Official visual. I believe edited by Fury too. Yep.
That nigga might go full for this one. Cold nights, we were sleeping on the floor. Broke bread when I barely had dough. Love lost, can't take no more. Heart healed, but the bitch won't grow. Cold heart, cold world, get a blanket. My bitch only think it's love when she naked. Can't spill, can't feel, need a new high. I'm still dancing with the Baron in the moonlight. I'm still on the front line when it's go time. Up 100 for the act, then it's showtime. I don't really know the right from the wrong now. I don't really care to right on my wrongs now. I can really see the right in my wrongs now. I don't really gotta right on my wrongs now. Gotta right on my wrongs now. I don't really gotta, hey. When my heartstrings pull, but the bitch won't break. Baby, use me like a tool, won't you seal my fate? Let a bitch play dumb, she can play me like a drum. Go ba-rum-ba-bum-bum, go ba-rum-ba-bum. When my heartstrings pull, but the bitch won't break. Baby, use me like a tool, won't you seal my fate? Let a bitch play dumb, she can play me like a drum. Go ba-rum-ba-bum-bum, go ba-rum-ba-bum-bum. It sounds like a marching band, nigga. And it sounds like a marching band, don't it? And it sounds like a marching band, don't it? It sounds like a marching band, don't it? Go ba-rum-ba-bum-bum, go ba-rum-ba-bum-bum. And it sounds like a marching band, don't it?
Actually, so fucking sick. Like, that is so sick. That's like amazing. Okay, so let's talk about this, man. We're gonna break this down by 3 categories, technically 4, because we're gonna talk about the visual as well. But we're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. So the instrumental, Prod Michael Jones, has got to be one of the more unique instrumentals on the album as far as melodies go. I think Michael did a really, really good job on this one. I just feel like Michael has like this like particular sound for himself on lock, and it works so well with Fury, and I feel like Michael doesn't really have to like change up too much when it comes to like doing some shit that he wouldn't normally do as far as like him and Fury go. And I just feel like this instrumental was one of the more unique off the album, and I feel like it was a very like almost peaceful vibe, you know? It definitely had like this like peaceful vibe, but like the drums gave it a lot of bounce and a lot of movement. So definitely a solid job when it comes to the instrumental, 100%. But what's really good about this though is the mix. I really feel like this mix was solid when it comes to the instrumental. Michael's mixes are always like really, really dope, especially with some of like his more like latest projects and instrumentals. I feel like his mixing has just improved from when he's shown me older tracks, and it's only getting better. And that's what I love about these two is like they're super like I don't want to say like workaholics, but like they love this shit. So like they're always creating shit and like therefore they're always getting better. You know what I mean? So with that said, the instrumental here is excellent. Michael didn't have to do too much with the drums or anything like that. I feel like the mells are great. Mix is great. Overall, definitely a solid instrumental for Fury, without a doubt. And I've always liked Michael's sound to begin with anyway. So, without a doubt, definitely solid. Now, let's talk about vocals here. I'm a huge fan of Fury's vocals, and I was talking to Fury not too long ago, and he mentioned to me how I was saying that I'd like to hear like his like regular voice like outside of like music and mixing and shit. And obviously, as you know, we did the show with them last week, and it was an excellent show. If you haven't seen it, make sure you go check it out. But we already went over that at the beginning of the show. But Fury's voice is very close to what his music is. Like, so it's not like you could hear Fury's voice and you'd be like, whoa, like that sounds crazy. Like, do you really sound like that? Like, yeah, his voice is definitely very accurate to what his mix is. And I think that's sick. You know what I mean? Not that like it has to be or anything like that, but sometimes when you hear mixes, you're like, yo, like how mixed is this? You know what I mean? Because Fury has like such a really unique voice. You know, and there's always those like artists that have those unique voices. Just like one of a kind voices that like don't come around often. You know what I mean? Like no matter how you try to replicate it, you could never sound like that person because you don't have their voice type shit. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a really good advantage on Fury's side when it comes to his vocals. 100%. Mixing wise though, like as far as the whole song goes, I really like the mix as well. Fury sounds solid on this beat, 100%. And the way he switches up like a lot of the flows here, just make the mix shine even more, honestly. So mix is definitely solid, not clashing with the beat or anything like that. But I expect no less from Michael and Fury. Their sound has only been getting like more solid as they release tracks, and Aigu, I just experience, you know, their old tracks, you know, some new tracks, and pretty much everything in between. But all in all, a solid mix, 100%. Now, lyrically, this is a great track. Fury's one hell of a writer, man. Fury just has like these bars that are just comboed with these great flows that are so confident yet like calm and cool and collected and very like solid. You know what I mean? Like Fury's a very like 10 toes kind of artist, as to where like you know what you're gonna get from him and you're just waiting to hear what he's gonna say type shit. You know what I mean? Like when he speaks, you listen kind of shit. Because it's like, you know, you're going to get some fire. And like, you really got to pay attention because he'll sneak bars in there and say shit in there where you're like, wait a minute, did he really just say that? Or what did he just say? You know what I mean? So you got to pay attention. For real, you do. But all in all, lyrically, I like this track a lot. Fury did a little bit of flexing as far as his vocal muscles go and what he can do on a track as far as spitting, as far as rhymes and sort of like experimenting with like switching flows. And not like erratically switching flows or anything like that, but he definitely like was able to switch some shit around and you know, go here, go there. Oh, now I'm over here. Oh, I'm over here now. So like it kept the track consistent, but he switched it up a little bit as far as cadences and flows go. So that's what I like about marching band. It's almost like a marching band. You know what I mean? Because it's like switching up, but it's staying consistent the whole time. So that's what's good about this. I like pretty much the whole lyrical content of this track. 100%. Well, shit, I like everything about it, but as far as lyrics go, definitely solid. Definitely. All in all, this is a short, solid banger. 155, and it's just like, it'll just hit you right in the chest, and it's gonna leave you wanting more Fury for sure. This is definitely gonna make you come back for more. Like, if you enjoyed this track, it's definitely gonna make you come back for more, without a doubt. So, let's talk about the overall theme of this track. Fury touches on a couple different lyrical themes in here. Some more emotional, not like emotional cry, but like emotional, you know, some love stuff, some regular bars from Fury, and just a lot of like creative ones that are like, you get with Fury when like you go experiment with his music, because Fury's not a typical quote unquote like hip hop person. Fury actually like has a lot of like great creative references and like a lot of like different references, but still like maintains like the solid easy references that are like true to like who he is as well. You know what I mean? So Fury's a good rapper and a good artist that like brings the line of like fantasy and not like fantasy, but you know, like saying like perfect storytelling and like real life shit together. Definitely blends the two a lot, and I think that's like a really solid thing about him as an artist, is that he can blend like a story or you know, like something he wrote, or you know, something that's like really like special to him, and then like mix it with some like real life shit too. You know what I mean? And just say it in a way where it's almost poetic, but it's still very storytelling. I think Fury is definitely a good storytelling kind of artist. And he definitely doesn't just do that, but this track in particular makes you envision a lot of things easy, which is sick. Which is really sick. Because if an artist can like make you see things easily, to me, like I think that's dope. Because if you were just given this audio track, you could picture a whole lot of shit. You know what I mean? But the added visual, which is what we're about to talk about, so let's talk about the visual. The added visual just adds more to that, you know? But man, this visual has everything I love about independent underground visuals. You got the filters, you got the colors, the different camera angles, like it's got the editing and everything that I love about underground music videos. 100%. Like shit that's done by artists, like no creative direction by somebody who, you know, is telling you what to do, or this or that or this or that. Like, bro, this is sick. This is fucking sick. Like, just off rip, like the intro's great, and you have title of the track, you have produced and shot by Michael Jones. And like this first shot says it all for me. You know what I mean? Like you have like the doubled up footage in the back, and that really shows itself best when you go to like this city shot right here. This is fucking dope. This is fucking dope. This visual is so fucking sick. Like, because like I feel like that was something that people only started doing recently. And like every time I see it, I'm like, this is nasty. Like I fuck with this style of like the double videos and like the sort of like throwing a filter on one in the back, and then you got Fury up here. Like Michael did a really good job with getting a bunch of footage and like shooting enough shots to be able to do this kind of shit. Cause there's a lot of like shots in here where, you know, like Fury's like adjusting his pants, and he's like adjusting his ring at the start. Like there's a lot of like little stuff in this visual that was added in, and it makes it that much better. 100%. But this visual is a 10 out of 10 for me. It's well edited, great quality, watchable, like in the aspect of like there's always new things going on, and just the style of editing is like 10 out of 10 for me. Like the style of editing is fucking great. It's so fucking good, man. And like another great thing to note here is how comfortable Fury is on camera. Fury is extremely comfortable on camera, and I hope Fury continues to film videos and just go out and do this kind of shit, because it just comes out so sick. Like this is just fucking great, and I'm not even gassing it, bro. Like I forget who I saw do a visual like this, just in a different style, and I saw it and I was like, this is so dirty. And then I saw Fury put this out, obviously a while ago, and I was like, this is fucking amazing. Like, what the fuck? And then I just kept seeing it, and I was like, this is such a dope style to like double up visuals and shit. And Fury edited this himself as well, with shots from Michael. So like, creative direction was amazing here. And the fact that it was a not only like collaborative like musical effort, but it was a collaborative filming effort as well, and editing, and 10 out of 10 for me, man. Like this is everything a visual should be. This rollout for Be Patient With Me, I'm Only Human was probably one of the best rollouts I've seen in a minute for somebody's album. The way Fury promoted the shit out of it on his timeline, and Michael did too, and like they followed it up, and man, this is how you do this shit. Like, but as far as Marching Band, the visual goes, by Fury, 10 out of 10 for me. I'm glad we got to talk about this here on Music Mondays, because this is like peak visual editing from me. And like, of course, everybody wants the high budget videos. Everybody wants, you know, to do a crazy video one day. But the fact that this is DIY says so much about Fury and Michael, bro. I love this visual. Like, talented as shit right here. And like the variety of colors too is also just really, really good. Yeah, man. I fuck with this so much, man. I just love that style. I just can't even fucking get over it. So all in all, man, go play this shit. Shout out Fury. Shout out Michael. Thank you, Michael, for the submission. Make sure you show them some love, man. Both of their links will be in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you follow Fury on Twitter, and make sure you follow Michael on Twitter. Follow them on SoundCloud. Go sub to Fury's channel. 6 subs, motherfucker. Bro, I'll drop a sub right the fuck now. He's at 7 now. Make sure you go show this motherfucker some love. Drop 3 subs. Get him to 10, man. And yeah, this was just really, really dope. Shout out Fury, man. Shout out Fury. That was awesome. So thank you, Michael. Thank you, Fury. Much fucking love. Go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, last but not least, we got the homie Lil Skunky, aka Bloodcat, aka Goat. So, we cranked through these tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That was dope. That was really dope. Just double check and make sure I didn't miss anybody. And we can pop this open in a new motherfucking tab. Man, this is like our 3rd exclusive premiere, bro. Let's go. What? This is actually pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. So, for those of you who don't know, Bloodcat, pretty much since day one that he submitted a track, and we discovered him here on Music Mondays, he's been doing some of the best visual and creative work when it comes to an artist I've ever seen. Bar none. Comes to mind when I think dope visuals. Comes to mind when I think experimental artist. Comes to mind when I think like left the impact on me the most when I first saw them. Bloodcat's definitely just an all around good vibe. Spreads love to a lot of people and shit, especially in the Music Mondays community. So always gotta love that, man. But Bloodcat is submitting a track which is unreleased, dropping April 29th, titled Rich Man's Habits. This is a Music Mondays exclusive premiere. This cover is actually fucking crazy because it's like right in line with like Bloodcat's visuals and like the signature like Bloodcat mask and like you have the cat ears and shit, bro. That's actually insane. But this track's titled Rich Man's Habits, dropping April 29th. Music Mondays exclusive premiere. Let's check this shit out. That fade out was solid. We got a lot of exclusives today. We did. That's great. That's great. We got King Mark exclusive. We got Dread exclusive. Now we got Bloodcat exclusive. Track's such a banger. It really is. This was great. I see what Bloodcat means now by like the difference between Skunky and the Bloodcat sound. It's definitely like, you know, this track's more in line with like Summer Rain and like not so much as emotional, but more so like sounding. And this was solid. This was really, really, really fucking solid. I'm a huge fan of the cover. Like I'm a huge fan of the cover. I keep looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm a huge fan of this cover. That cover is really good. Let's break this down, man. I'm kind of excited to break this down. So let's talk about the three categories. We're gonna break this down by instrumental. We're gonna break this down by vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. Man, the instrumental here is definitely Bloodcat 101, but I love the piano. The piano here is like so emotional, but like doesn't make you like want to cry. It's just very emotional, and like you can like let somebody like speak their mind on this shit. And I feel like Bloodcat definitely chose a really good instrumental to be able to put these lyrics to 100%. The mix is solid. I really enjoy the mix as well. Nothing too clashy or overbearing. A Bloodcat might have one of the more crispier mixes that I've heard on Music Mondays. A Bloodcat does a really good job with his vocals, 100%. Big fan of the Bloodcat mix, for sure. But man, lyrically, the writing is so good on this. Is so fucking good on this. Like Bloodcat is definitely like there's artists that come on Music Mondays and like I find through Music Mondays, whether they be through submissions, people refer them to me, whatever the case, right? There are artists that I can tell. I can just fucking tell that if they keep doing what they're doing and they don't fucking take any shorts, they don't compromise shit, this'll get you exactly to where you want to be. Whether that be in music, in art, in life, whatever the goal is, I feel like this is such an accomplishment. Like, even if the goal is to just make dope music, I feel like this definitely set a mark, for sure. Because just the writing alone, and like some of the writing on the hook is just so like, it's almost a movie. Like Rich Man's Habits, bro. That's like a fucking movie title, bro. Like, this is a well thought out track. This isn't some like, yeah, I just came up with this last night. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. You very well could have. Anyone could have. That happens all the time with artists. But you can always tell when it's like a really good, like, thought out, well written theme with lyrics. Like you really can. And this is definitely one of those tracks. For sure. I don't think there was a lyric I didn't enjoy on this track. Bloodcat almost has this like sense of like dread, but also confidence at the same time. There's like almost like a confliction of emotions that works out so fucking well. Not that he's conflicted, but I feel like there's like two different tones here that you could pick up on as a listener, and you could feel real confident from this and like real like look ahead, or you could feel like very like somber and like very still look ahead, honestly. Overall, it's one of those like very like almost like motivational but like very emotional tracks. And you guys know me, I'm a huge fan of Emotion Cat. I feel like Emotion Cat is definitely some of my favorites. Bloodcat makes all varieties though. We've heard super pop bangers, club bangers, trap bangers. We've heard a lot of shit from Bloodcat, but Emotional Cat is definitely some of my favorite shit. And this track like sort of blends the sort of confident side of Bloodcat and like the more emotional side a little bit too. The yin and the yang, if you will, you know? So all in all, the lyrical content of Rich Man's Habits is really good. Just some of the more poetic yet confident writing I've heard not only tonight but in a bit. So A1 on the writing, Bloodcat, for sure. Now the overall theme of A Rich Man's Habits is definitely obvious, but it led Bloodcat to like be able to be more experimental because he could dive into like what it exactly could mean or what it does mean to like, you know, have a rich man's habits, so to speak, even if you aren't rich or if you are rich. So I feel like themes like this give you a little bit of like wiggle room to be able to like leave some shit open for interpretation, but also like set a pretty concrete theme, which all in all is really sick. But I think this is like a perfect cover for this track. This is like a really great cover. I said it like 40 times, but I really do like this cover. Very Bloodcat-esque, very like just this is perfect for Bloodcat. And perfect for this track because it looks like rich Bloodcat or something. You know what I mean? This man's just like chilling in a mansion or something with fucking a new mask on. Like, I like the vibe this gives off a lot. But you hear it and it's very gripping. And not a lot of songs do that. So, all in all, Rich Man's Habits is definitely up there for my Bloodcat favorites between Bloodcat and Lil Skunky, 100%. This was a pleasure to listen to. And I'm glad we got to exclusively premiere this on Music Mondays because wow. Wow, 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 wow. Rich Man's Habits, everybody. April 29th. Shout out Bloodcat for letting us exclusively premiere this on the podcast. And of course, and as always, make sure you follow Lil Skunky. Bloodcat's Twitter got fried, so make sure you go show Lil Skunky some love. Follow Bloodcat on Instagram. Bloodcat Forever. Follow Bloodcat on SoundCloud. Get this track first. And go check out some of Bloodcat's other tracks, man. He's got a lot of bangers, a lot of variety of genres, lots of blending, lots of everything. That was awesome. That was awesome. So, with that said, shout out Bloodcat. Make sure you go show every artist in the description some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So, that was a good show. We're gonna chill out for a minute. We're gonna talk about what's going on for the week, but that was a good set of reviews, man. Solid tracks, exclusive tracks, first time artists, Offspring visual. Like, come on, man. What more could you ask for? That was actually a really good, like low-key representation of Music Mondays, you know what I mean? That was good, man. Awesome. So yeah, if you don't know, every Saturday, Music Mondays releases on our YouTube channel. So if you missed the show live, or you're wondering where does the show get uploaded, it gets uploaded on our YouTube channel. The full streams get uploaded there, along with exclusive Music Mondays content. So make sure you go check that out, man. Go show these some love. Go show these artists some love. And the Music Mondays train is not stopping anytime soon. You know it. Let's fucking go, Offspring. Let's get it, baby. Submissions open tomorrow for next week. If you're interested in submitting a instrumental, a track, a visual, your fashion, your digital art, your paintings, your short films, your gaming clips, you want the Music Mondays opinion on something, feel free to send it in tomorrow, man. Submissions open tomorrow, mid-afternoon East Coast time. Yeah, get ready for sure, because this month is go time for Music Mondays. We have a lot of things planned and a lot of things coming. I want to start talking about future plans, but we're so close to be able to like have the ability to talk about it, so I probably should just hold off on it. But man, what we're working on is actually crazy. I have a couple of ideas for YouTube. I'm working on some things for the Music Mondays team. And the team's working on a few things with me. Articles are steady flowing. We've got a really good schedule of articles. Articles drop every Friday on the website. So feel free to check out the website at any time. Check out our article history and go show some of those some love for sure. But at the end of the day, make sure you're staying up to date with Music Mondays. Follow us at All Music Mondays on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. Anywhere there's a social media, Music Mondays is there. So make sure you follow us. Stay up to date with everything we're doing. Submit your tracks. And if you're interested in joining the Music Mondays team, we're always looking for journalists, writers, editors, curators, designers, and pretty much anybody that fits the Music Mondays build in supporting unheard of independent underground art. Yeah, let's fucking get it, baby. I'm gonna plan out for the rest of this week, get content ready. We got lots of YouTube uploads coming this week, and just a whole steady flow. And I have just a whole bunch of ideas, you know what I mean? Like, we have like shit like coming, and then there's like ideas I haven't even started to flesh out yet. So I gotta go get to work on some of that. So with that said, that concludes episode 64. It's been your boy Zom Slays. Shout out to anybody who came through, show love and support. King Mark, Offspring, Kale, Bloodcat, anybody else who lurked and chilled, I appreciate it, man. Shout out to anybody who comes through and watches the podcast live every week, man. I'm gonna be incorporating a lot of things in the podcast, including more guests, to keep you guys on your toes and just to switch it up a bit and give you guys some really good shit. So stay tuned, stay safe. Make sure you follow us on all platforms at All Music Mondays. You can follow me at Zom Slays. And make sure you follow every artist featured in today's episode, man. And every episode. I'll see you guys next week for episode 65. I'm going to go tweet out the top artists for this week's episode. Submissions open tomorrow. And make sure you stay up to date with us, man. I love you guys. Be safe. And I'll find somebody to host in case anybody's lurking. But I might be on it in a bit. So if you're around, I'll be live. But either way, enjoy yourselves. I'll see you guys next week. And take care. Later, Offspring. Later.